It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day. The heart of Massachusetts should be freedom, justice, and liberty. Freedom led pilgrims to Plymouth Bay. Salem trials had justice too late. The sons of liberty spilled the tea, and then the redcoats spilled their blood. The shot heard around the world rang out from the Bay State. Boston strong and ready to defend. It's where revolution started and ends. It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day. Quincy Market, Freedom Trail, Charles River, Boston Harbor, Bunker Hill, Griffin's Wharf, Fenway Park, North Charge. It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day.
Oh, what's up with that? Hello? Huh. It's got to be me. All right, hold on 1 second. Is that better? Boom. How's that? It is early. It is early. I hope everybody had an absolutely wonderful night. You got to bear with me, though. I'm trying to assemble a doohickey. God damn it. I got two hands. Come on. Why isn't this going in? Don't say it. Don't repeat it. I don't want to hear it. There we go. I got it. There we go. All righty. So wait till you guys see what we got going on for you guys today. I think it's going to be a really good day. This, right? Bring that up. Even better. Woo! Boy, you guys, did we watch some TV last night or what? All sorts of stuff, right? I can mute. All right, hold on. I'm gonna enter here. I think we're making progress. I need to mute this. Enter. Now add me. All right, I'm on. All right, guys, I need your opinion on that, right? I have two different views going on. That's a father view. That's a close-up view. Closer. Not sure if you guys like that. Hey, Just to Serve TV's here. Hey, guys. Jess is here. Good morning, Jess. I hope you're doing well. Wow. I shouldn't have any feedback. All right. I hope I'm able to give you guys like two different views. Like you're gonna be able to get a close up and a little wider one. Because I think on my other camera, what is this set at? Settings, camera. This is camera 2. This has to be inverted. Who said that? We also got this little treasure. Shut that off for now. All right. So this camera, I think today is going to be a somewhat critical day. Where are they going?
Going for prayer.
Where? Prayer? All right, we're going for morning prayer. Hey, how are you? Good morning. 7:30. I was over there a little bit. Yeah, coming around. All right, sorry about that, guys. They they asked for it to be private, so I mean that's like at least I can do is respect their wishes, right? But why isn't this camera here going good? Yes, I did. Early this morning. That tells you all you need to know, right? And again, right? I can only do what I do, right? I'm only responsible for me. Well, the good part is everything was live, right? Everything was live on camera, on film. I didn't say a word. I didn't have to. Scott was filming, so I guess Peter um, was talking to Sergeant Hartman over there, right? And he didn't tell anyone what was said until I walked away, so that I didn't know what was said. Pretty good. That's nice. How are you today? Good. And the best part is, I didn't do anything. I'm just here, people, like I've been from day one. I don't know how else to tell you, but this is what I've been. This is what I have to. This is what I do every time I come here for you guys. You know, I put up with it. It's all right. People, I can't fix that. Nor do I want to. You know, I mean, I kind of did a lot of the work already, like the heavy lifting stuff, you know? Then they come along and kick me out. So, whatever. You all witnessed it. You all saw it. And again, it can be misconstrued any way you want. Oh, he didn't mean this. He didn't mean that. Well, okay. Really? Not one other person was asked to shut their phone off. Yep. And I didn't do nothing. I didn't, like, walk over there with an attitude or nothing like that. I mean, you guys, if you guys knew, if you only knew the book I could write, oh my God. And you wonder why there's nobody here, right? Right? That's, I mean, is that welcoming? Is that putting your hand out? I don't know. Don't know. Ranger Joe, you caught me on a good day. Yep, day one. Before some of them could even spell Karen Reed. Whatever. Ugh. Listen, I told you guys I'd be here, right? But we're not only here, but we're here with a vengeance. Oh yeah, I ain't going anywhere. Uh-uh. Uh, yep. Grammar of six. It's okay. It's okay. It happens. All right. And of anything, I don't want you guys getting upset over this. I really don't, because this is that this isn't you guys. They didn't. I don't know. I don't know. I can't. Yeah. I don't know what to say. I didn't do anything wrong. You guys saw me. I was live, right? Yeah. It's been like this for a while. It's been worse. It got real bad after the 24-hour standout. And then when I went over there, they told me not to record, so I didn't. But everyone else was. Yeah, the 24-hour standout was about John O'Keefe. Remember that guy? Remember him? Yeah. They didn't want me to have it. They wanted me to cancel it. One, it wasn't mine to cancel. Two, why would I cancel it? It's about John. I like that. I like that you say that. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right, allegedly, LB. You are so much drama. Grow up. There's no problems until you go down there. You know, it's funny because if I wasn't here, that would allow everyone to get away with it, right? But not get away with it. But that's not going to change the way that they are. That's not going to change how they act. Obviously, right? So, allegedly, LB, I don't think you know what you're talking about. Sorry. Listen, we're doing our thing, right, guys? Girls, everybody. We're all doing our own thing. We're here, right? It's funny, and you know, I was getting yelled at for clicks and views, but anytime I try and do a stream and other people do a stream, they do it for clicks and views. We all do it for clicks and views. How do you not? What am I going to do? A YouTube stream and get 0 viewers? No, that's not how this works. We go on, we go live. They don't like it. Who don't like it? That's on them. Thank you, Mama Firefly. I appreciate that. Glenn, thank you very much, Glenn, because like loyalty means a lot to me. Lucas, you know it, my friend. Just like before, I know how to do this. Exactly, Jessica. Jessica, they wanted me to cancel it. Did you get it? It wasn't even mine to cancel. It was your idea. You did 90% of the work, 99% of the work. And they wanted me to cancel it. And when I didn't, they gave me shit. How does that work? Please explain it to me. I'm there supporting my friend Jess. Right? This is what I do for anybody. Yes, thank you, Toots. Frieza, it ain't me. That's the problem. I don't know. Listen, how do I put this? When I had a problem with somebody down the street at the bagel place, I pulled the chair out, and even though I didn't like this person, I pulled the chair out next to me, and I asked her to sit down so we could talk, because I think that's what adults do. And I did that to somebody who doesn't like me, and I still did that. I reached out and said, "Here, have a seat." So I always try, and I've always tried. If you go back to my streams, right? Go back to my streams and listen to how many times I mention other channels, right? That's what we do. We support each other. So I thought. I don't remember anyone mentioning or hearing about me and Mike's channel and what we do. How much time we put into this?
Are they cock
They don't even give us the respect for that. They can't even mention us. But that's okay.
Bro. You there? This will be good. Good morning, guys.
Good morning, Mikey.
What are they cock blocking you? Tom? What are you doing down there? Why don't you? What they kick you out of the little circle of love?
You guys are welcome. You're absolutely welcome. I do this for you guys, right? That's why we're all here. How about you? No. They go home. How's that, bud? Yeah. See, I guess somebody had a meeting with Sergeant Hartman, and they couldn't talk about it until I left. So I don't know what's happening because I didn't have that conversation, but they did, and they won't even tell me about that. So I don't know what's happening at 8 o'clock. We're gonna find out, I guess. Mike, I can't hear you, bud.
Here, buddy. I'm here. I'm right here, buddy. Hey, chat, what's going on, people? These fucking people down there, I'm telling you.
Well, there you go. What's that tell you?
If I have to come down there.
Oh, look at
What's going on? Oh, God. Jesus Christ. The Warriors.
I'll take it if you want. I will. Fine.
I got it.
They want nothing to do with you, Tom. What the fuck?
What the fuck?
Oh, Tommy's getting right in front. I love it. I fucking love it.
3, 2, 1.
Boots on the ground, baby, right here. No impossible. Ain't got no plate every day.
Tommy, that was awesome. That was awesome, Tom. He got the picture.
So that was interesting. Mike, wait a minute. I can't hear you, I think.
Yeah, I know. I know. You can't
See if
hear
I
me
do
well.
this. Yep, there we go. It's my fault.
All right.
All right, there we go. Sorry.
Did you just jump into the picture?
I did.
That was awesome.
Yeah, that wasn't not happy. And then the boots on the ground comment. No imposter, he says. That was my nickname. But yet they're screaming it and they're saying no imposters. What's that about?
Tommy,
Who's being an imposter?
Tom, I can go off on them all you want, but I decided to take the high
How
road.
are you? Hold on a second, Mike. How's your day going? Yeah? No, thank you for supporting Karen. That's all we can do, right? Is just do our best. Well,
Tommy,
listen, thank you. Be safe. All right, Mike. Sorry about that. That was someone in
No, dude. No,
that was a lady in the thing.
keep doing what you're doing, bro. This is fucking awesome. Those Resistance to Silence is a fucking clown show. They try to make everybody feel all inclusive and all the love, but here they are fucking throwing people out, excluding them, and they're supposed to be part of it. Everybody needs love, and everyone's supposed to be part of it, but yet here they are.
I tried, Mike. I tried to be positive and I tried to be nice, and
So let's
I don't know what else I can do.
No, you
I tried to.
can't.
I even offered to take a picture.
I saw that, and they're like, "Nope, I don't want nothing to do with you." Like they won't even come out and like even try to make amends. They just want to.
I don't know, man.
Fucking.
And
crazy.
again, we're losing the focus here over what and why we're here.
Give me that thing.
Oh, you're.
Hi.
Hold on.
I'm
I'll
here.
get you.
Hey guys.
Hey,
Made
good
it.
to see ya.
Yay!
I think we're gonna take a walk. Let's take a walk.
Let's take a walk.
We're gonna take a walk and screen the crowd. It's
Okay.
not, they don't own the street.
They can't own the street.
They don't own the street.
Um.
And we're gonna take a walk.
Oh, I love equestrian.
Hold on. Listen. We'll take a walk, but you're gonna be. You can't be.
I'll be good.
I know, but I'm worried about you. You scare me.
I'm fine.
I know you are. That's the book. That's. I agree, but
you don't want to fuck around with that girl.
Yeah.
We can. I just want to just film up and down the street.
At the buffer. Why are they down there? If the buffer zone is.
You know what? They're not saying nothing to you because I know how to.
They never. I don't even know where they are.
I'm gonna see.
I have. Well, here's the thing. Dennis went over and talked to Hartman, and then when I left, then he told the crowd what Hartman said. So I have no idea what happened or what was said.
Okay. If I could find Hartman, I'll talk to him.
Yeah.
I wonder if he's out there. I just want to film, like, we'll film this is like where all the buffer was, but
Yeah.
I'm wondering, they haven't taken down the fence yet.
Nope.
Did they have a fence here last
Yes, they did.
Huh.
No, this time. See that fencing right there on the
Yeah,
side?
they had that, but did they have it on this side?
Yes, earlier.
Okay,
It's
so
gone now.
so that's because we can probably be up to here like we were last year.
Right. Hey! How you doing?
I'll find Hartman.
Like the buffer zone, we were able to go in it. We just couldn't have any Karen Reed stuff on.
Right,
Remember?
right.
You just can't.
You can't have Karen Reed
Right.
stuff on. So I got the Sire State hat on, so it's not a pink hat. But I don't understand why everybody's going back that way. That's kind of.
Exactly. Me neither. But I don't know. We'll figure it out.
I just want to walk through the crowd, turn around, and come back.
Okay.
That's what I want to do.
I'll do that.
'Cause I just want to film. I just want to film the crowd.
And I want to know if I'm able to be. I'm trying to be neutral here. I have neutral. Yeah, I see it. I got it. Thank you. I'm trying to be neutral here.
It just seems there seems to be like more people. I want to walk through the crowd, and if somebody tells us not to film, don't listen to them. You film.
Oh, I'm gonna film anyway.
You can film all you want.
This is absolutely fucking crazy.
What's crazy, Mike? It's normal. What the hell? What's the shock?
This is not normal. You got Dennis Sweeney down there and citing the crowd. What the?
Not
what are you
really.
doing?
No.
All right.
It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. We got this. Put that in there.
Man.
Yeah. It's okay.
I'm glad you're calm.
Whoa, wild turkey.
Oh yeah, check it out.
Just chilling out, right? Turkey's just chilling. Oh, we're good.
Oh, I was gonna go talk to her. There. So yesterday, I saw.
The sad part is I'm used to it. So this is not new. This is why Mike said something a couple Mondays ago. This is why Mike said something. That's all. You get to a point, everyone gets to a point and you just say enough. I'm done.
Tom doesn't want nothing to do. Tom doesn't really want anything to do with them. Tom just wants to be there and be happy and not be accosted. These fucking assholes.
I want to walk through the crowd and film. You want to come with me? You want to come with me? All right, guys. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, guys. I'm just gonna take a walk through and film like there's a pretty good crowd down here. Hey, how are you? Good. There's a pretty good crowd down here. Hey guys.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
Hey, how are
Nice
you?
to see you.
Good to see you. Haven't seen everybody in a
How are
while. How are you?
Good. How are
You
you?
look good. You look better. How's your head?
That's good.
Good. So anyway, it was all the way down here, and then across the street over there is whatever. But they don't have the fencing up anymore. But there's a little bit of a crowd down here. Hello. Good morning. There's a little bit of a crowd down here. It's all good. But hey, how are you guys doing? Good. I know. Good to see you. Good to see everyone.
Did you go professional here?
Well, I'm just borrowing somebody else's stuff. But no, I've been working. I work 3 days a week now, so I can't get down here every day. And then June it goes to 4 days, but then July it goes back to 3 days.
Okay.
So,
And
yeah.
when does your husband get home?
Not till September.
Not till September.
Yeah. He's doing okay. They were just in the middle of Pakistan and India were fighting, so he was in the middle of all that. Yeah, it was awful. But all right, I'm gonna go return this and I'll talk to you. How are you? Good?
I'm very good.
Good. So this is sorry guys, I got a little off track, but this is the zone. Hey, how you doing? Anyway, is everything okay?
Yeah, great.
All right.
No.
All right.
Did Erica? Erica's here.
Okay, good. Good. Here.
What's that saying?
I don't know. Well, I couldn't read it in my glasses. I was sorry, everyone, if I kind of got off track. People were saying hi to me. I just wanted to go through and just do the crowd.
Yep.
I want to go see if I can find Hardiman.
You wanna? I'll go with you. I'll go for a walk.
They told everybody to come back down here for now.
Hmm.
So I
So that was conveyed to somebody, and it wasn't conveyed to me at all.
No. I just found that out from them.
Yeah. So okay, now we know. Cool.
Oh, look at the back of her shirt.
What to say? Norfolk County is run by
No.
criminals.
Mass State Police. Erica, turn around.
Can I see your shirt, Erica? Guys, check this out. Pull the back down. The back. Yeah. Mass State
Oh.
Police. How's that? I like that shirt.
These people just treat you like fucking dog shit, dude. Fuck.
Whatever.
Fuck that.
Again, right?
Yeah. Fuck Dennis Sweeney and the fucking boat he floated in on.
Whatever.
What a fucking like here we are trying to get everybody back on the same page, and these guys are fucking the ones trying to kick you out. This is bullshit, dude. Is
Whatever.
that a cop down there? Is that a cop down there?
No.
Oh, and the yellow vest? Okay. I think we'll talk to him. Yeah, he's a bully, dude. You know what we like to do to bullies? Fucking smack them right in the mouth.
Yeah,
They won't bother you again. I'm telling you right now.
Mike, I'm 100% in favor of that theory, and I'd love to give it a test because I know what the word theory means.
Yeah.
However, could you ever imagine if that ever happened? How the horror, just because it's me, do you get it? Just because it's me, it would just be amplified 10 trillion%.
Do it off grounds.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's there's such a double standard here, man.
Yeah,
It's okay for everyone else,
they
right?
preach love and inclusivity, and come on down. Just ask anybody to help you. Honestly, this is what they preach, right? And then they come out and they do this shit to you. This is like they say one thing and do another. They're like fucking Brennan, like Hank Brennan's puppets.
Yep. And Mike, not to say nothing, but like a friend of a friend of a friend, if they're friends with Courtney Proctor, if there's contact between them and Courtney Proctor, I don't want nothing to do with them. I really don't. No.
I'm more concerned about you and the way they're treating people and the way they're coming across on live TV right now really makes them look like fucking cucks.
Well, that's okay. That's not as long as we don't do that. Because like with I try and fix the problems. I try and
Yeah.
talk every single channel up, right?
But sometimes you need to go to war.
Yeah. I don't want that again. My first choice not to, right? My first thought,
You've
don't.
done it, Tom. You've done it.
But like I said to Will, right to his face. I said, "Hey, I can slap you in the face and get away with it. I could probably do it twice. But there's going to be a line where I will not slap your face because you're not going to let me. Where's that line, Will? Because everyone has that line. Where's it, you know?
Fuck
Where,
these
where,
fucking
where's that
cucks,
line? That's all.
man. Right? Yeah, I know where it is, and I'll show them where it is. These guys are just complete fucking assholes.
Yep. All right, move on. Listen, what do you think about today? Do you think we're going to have a mistrial?
Well, I mean, I've been talking to Flip. He's had some really good posts, guys. If you guys
Oh
haven't,
my God, is he has some great posts.
if you guys aren't following on Twitter, you're crazy not to be following.
Shame
him.
on you. My God, you have to.
I apologize for leaving early yesterday. I had land people here and stuff, but changing the timeline is unbelievable to me. I'm watching Bettero a little bit this morning and some other people about how they're trying to do it because the narrative now it needs to change. And now in the middle of a trial, he's trying to change a timeline. And Scotty Bello, we were talking about they weren't going to call her, and he calls her, and shit went sideways for him, and he got.
Yep.
You see the video of him slamming the laptop?
Yeah. Oh yeah, he was pissed.
He lost his shit, man. And I can
He
tell you
can't
why.
win.
I can tell you why they changed the timeline.
Oh, all right. Why?
Flipper had figured it out.
Of course he did. Of course he did.
They're stalking him. When I mean stalking him, they're watching what he posts, everything.
Oh yeah. Oh, dude, he did, Ben. Morning. Hey, what's up? How you doing, Nathan? Good to see you, Nathan.
So he's been sitting on this stuff for a while.
Yeah.
Oh, this is Nathan. All right, man.
Yeah.
Fucking cocks, man. I'm pissed. Yeah, you're right, Bughouse. Yep, he is. He's a beat up old man, just no good.
Yeah.
Needs just to fucking shut the fuck up. He just needs to shut the fuck up. He's not doing anybody any favors. Stay in your lane, Dennis Sweeney. Stay the fuck in your lane.
Oh, hold on. Magic. I appreciate the comment, but like it's
Fuck
not
him.
just the prayer guy. It's after the prayer, and it's me trying to be nice, and this Ted Daniels offering to take a picture for her so she could get in the picture. I mean, it's the whole thing. It's their mod coming in saying you deserve it and you shouldn't go because there's no problems until you go there. Well, geez, it's kind of funny.
I'm gonna put a sign in my front lawn that says "Fuck Dennis Sweeney."
No, we're
I am.
good.
I'm gonna put it right up there. Fuck Dennis Sweeney. I'm gonna go on
No,
my front lawn every day, dude. Fuck
Magic.
Dennis Sweeney.
I appreciate it and I thank you for that. I really do. But
He is the
I'm
biggest.
used to it.
bully. He's the
I'm
biggest
absolutely
fucking
used to
bully.
it.
Fuck him, dude. I'm done with him. Fuck him.
Yeah.
And the boat he floated it on. Fuck the Sweeneys. I don't give a fuck. Their head's gotten way too big. Way too big. I'm gonna put a sign out right my front lawn, and the fucking cops will love it. They'll fucking take pictures of it and post. I swear to God. Fuck the Sweeneys. Stay the fuck in your lane. Give a fuck. Sick of it. Sick of this shit.
Well, listen, I'm kind of upset now if I can't get up to the buffer zone here and get Karen on film here. right?
Well, Tom, there's a reason why these guys are back there. Okay, don't fall for it. There's a reason why someone talked to Harvey behind your back, and they want something to happen to you. That's how fucking crazy Dennis Sweeney is. He's a fucking piece of shit.
Well, I don't want to
Yeah.
do anything to get arrested. That would make
That's right.
the movement look bad,
They
right?
they would fucking love it, dude. Fuck Dylan. Fuck these guys. Fuck Resistance to Syphilis. Who gives a fuck? And all these fuckers know where I live. Any one of you just fucking pull up, bitch.
Listen, maybe
Bring
Listen,
a fucking squad with you. I'd love to fucking beat a squad. I would love to crush a squad today. I really would. Fuck these
Listen,
all. I'm fucking
maybe we'll
done.
maybe we'll tell our audience about maybe 8-9 months ago. Tell them that story. That'd be nice. The one where I apologized twice.
Yeah,
Remember that one?
Yeah. Tom,
They'd like that story, wouldn't they?
The whole standout, the 24-hour standout, they fucking gave you shit.
Oh, the stuff people the stuff people don't know. Oh,
the lady telling you to stay the fuck out of Canton.
yeah,
Yeah, you know what I mean?
yeah,
Fucking
yeah.
being bullied around. That's the real people that we're dealing with. They're fake. They're smiling to you while you're driving your car. They're smiling to you while they're on another camera, but they're fucking fake. If they were really good people, they would accept everybody for who they are, but they don't. They don't. You know.
So,
You guys, so just so you know, when you see these fuckheads, fuck them.
well, that's why I'm here. I don't freaking care, dude. We're here for our people, right? That's why I'm here, for our people.
But Tom, I can feel the tension from here.
Sorry.
You know, that's all right, man.
And we just won a big freaking lawsuit with Mark Randazza, right?
I'm just trying to figure out why. Yeah, Dennis Sweeney showing the real title. He's a Canton guy, right? Grew up in Canton.
Yeah.
This is what Canton does to you. He turns you into Dennis Sweeney. You can fucking smile out of both sides of your faces and fucking do all but when it comes down to inclusivity, he doesn't want you. If he doesn't like you, you're not part of the crew. You know, his head got way too big for this whole thing. He needs to step the fuck down. He does.
Listen,
he just needs to move aside.
We're all here. We all know each other because of Karen Reed.
Yeah,
right.
They don't get
That's
it,
why
dude.
we're here for Karen Reed. Karen Reed and John O'Keefe. Remember John? John, remember that guy?
This is the third time we've done this shit, dude.
I know.
You know?
Yeah. Thank you, Nan. And again, right? It was everybody that helped do that. It was everybody. So, I mean, I'm all for working together.
Well, they not.
So, I can only do me. So that's all. And I try and do me, and I'm always under the freaking microscope. So, whatever.
Mike, somebody put it on members only and Tom CPU. We're going to lose viewers. Put it on subscribers. So, yeah, Tom CPU is on members only, dude.
Is it?
Yeah.
I'm sorry about that, guys.
Who could do that?
They were on it.
All right, man. Sorry about that, guy. Yeah.
But listen, sometimes they put the chat so that you have to be a member to chat.
I don't know, dude. I don't.
Yeah.
You talk all the technical shit.
Flipper. Talk flipper.
What, is he in the chat?
No, I'm trying to find his tweets so we can go over them because he's Kristen. Thank you very much. Tam, thank you very much.
Check your Cash App, Tom. They said.
Yeah, Kristen is amazing. Kristen, thank you so much. And Pam Bongfoil, thank you very much.
These are the same people that came down to the 24-hour standout, and then now they don't talk to you anymore. That one that always accuses of taking money, I'm sick of her shit too. Sick of that bullshit.
And we're all gonna be better at the long run. Joe Flipperhead,
Yeah,
right here.
Tommy, some of them will never change. You have to get that through your head. And some of
And
them need
that's
a fucking, some of them need a fucking, bullies need a fucking slap in the face, dude. Whether
I
it's
agree.
physically, verbally,
Hold on,
whatever
let me
you want
look
to
at
do it. Because if not, they're never going to change.
Well,
Fuck 'em.
I look at it this way. When this
Hey,
is all
someone's
over and
asking
done
what
with,
your name is.
oh, it's me. Who, me?
Equestrian.
Yeah,
That's Kim.
Nan,
I'm
I know,
equestrian. It's Kim.
Nan's asking who you are. So it's
Oh, Nan,
equestrian.
it's Kim. I met you at
Kim.
breakfast the last time I was here.
Yeah, okay. She wanted to know who you were.
Equestrian.
Yeah.
Equestrian, yep. So anyway, I look at it this way: when this is all said and done, you know that these, everybody's going to disappear. Everybody's going to go their own way. And
Right.
believe it or not, if Karen was smart, she'd move out of Massachusetts.
I wouldn't
You know,
doubt it.
when
I
this
wouldn't, yeah.
when this is all said and done. And I
Who's-
actually
who's-
bumped in. I
Yeah.
actually bumped into a friend of hers that works at Gillette, and she said the same thing. She said, "You know what? She thinks the whole family's moving out of Mass when this is all said and done."
Well, do you blame
Yeah.
him? I mean, really, do you blame him?
I don't blame them
That's-
one bit. I don't blame them one bit. But let's see. So,
What's going on with the buffer
We,
zone? Did you hear? What's going on with the buffer zone? Do you know?
We don't know yet. So I just found out that Hardman has a meeting. And then I guess he's going to come back and let us know. He has the letter
Yeah.
that was sent. So as soon as he comes back out, I guess we'll know where we're going to be able to be, what we can do, where we can go. So if Tom's busy doing something, I can just take this and walk and figure it out too.
Thanks. Yeah. All right.
But
I don't want you in trouble either, Kim.
I'm
You
not-
don't want anyone in trouble,
I'm not going
right?
to get in trouble. I am just, I'm a no, I don't, I mean, I'm I'm good hearted. I'm very good to people, but I also don't take bullshit. I'm a hard equestrian. I deal with horses all day and I'm a tough broad. That's all I can tell you.
Yeah, but these fucking people with Tommy will not leave him alone.
No, I know. And it, unfortunately, we just have to, he when he's here, I'm going to have to try to be here as much as I can with him.
Thank you.
And I will just take over. I'll take over everything and just whatever,
These
um,
these people just don't know when to quit.
No,
You know.
no, it's awful. They're bullies.
Thank you for
Some
saying
of the-
that.
Some of them are bullies.
Yeah, big time.
But there was a turkey here. I don't know where he went.
He's right in front of you.
Yeah. Yeah, the turkey's right in front of me. Smile.
Yeah. Let's go right here. Let's go right here to the left. I can't stand. She's the one that accuses Tom of money
So
all the time.
anyway,
Fuck her.
Look at you.
We gotta find Hot.
What are you wearing?
He'll be down.
no, Hopman's in a meeting. He's going to have a meeting. Aiden goes in a court at 9:00.
We go to 8 floors?
We can go into that. It's across the street. So I'm thinking I might go into that.
Steve Crowley, thank you so very much. Wow. John Miller. Wow, thank you, John. Thank you so much. You guys are freaking awesome. Wow.
It's all good. There are quite a few people here who are pretty good.
Well, it doesn't look good on the masses when they do shit like that to Tom.
Yeah, I wasn't here. I was stuck at the red light at the goddamn, but down by the bakery. That light is forever. So I was stuck in traffic down there.
Yeah.
So I
Well, you
couldn't get
wanna
here
bet
quick enough.
there's probably no fucking film in her fucking camera either. Fucking weirdo.
So I down the that I was down at the light at the bakery.
Yeah.
So anyway, I don't know. Let's take a little. Let me just see if there's anything down. I don't know if I don't know. I don't think we can go down that way, Tom. We can stay right here.
Wait.
We should wait because they're at a meeting, and I guess they told everybody to stay here until.
They come back. So they'd have to
Right.
walk up the sidewalk. But
Yeah.
Karen only gets here at 7.
And there's a crowd all the way up the street, way up the street. So we still got quite a bit of people here. I don't know what's going on down there. There's some people walking up, and I'm not sure if who they are. Or they might just be jogging. But we're just waiting on Hardman,
Okay.
whatever his name is.
Lieutenant Hardman.
Yep.
He got promoted.
Yo, we got promoted. When did he get promoted? He's due to retire.
He was a sergeant last year.
Last year, I think.
Oh, okay. So it's been a year. Yeah, he is due to retire. I know that. It's just I know some of his cronies very well.
Yeah.
They're good. They're good guys. You know, so a lot of them really are good guys. They're not all assholes. Like my husband, he was a Mass State Police, and then he, back in the '90s, he transferred to Boston because Boston at the time was paying more money.
Yep.
But now
Yeah.
they equal. But my husband retired as a sergeant detective. So
At Boston PD?
Yep.
Nice. Yeah, I know a
Yeah.
couple of those.
Yeah, there's a lot. I have a lot of friends that are Boston PD, and they're all really, really good
All right, we stop right there. We don't want to. There's
friends.
no connections. No
Mhm.
connections.
Yeah,
You don't
but
know nobody there.
yeah, there's good guys and good women.
Tough job.
Yeah, it is, especially for the good ones.
So,
Oh,
listen, how many people are here? I want to thank everybody for being here. First off, thank you all for being here. Thank you all for supporting Karen. Her defense fund is almost at $1 million. We got to keep pushing a little bit more. If you got a little bit, try and send it to Karen. We're close. Let me tell you. Hold on, let me check right now.
everybody go in and hit that like and subscribe button if you haven't already.
Donkey, thanks for the 20.
$970,362. So we made a little dent in it. Yeah, you guys at Los Angeles, California. People are really not happy with Brennan. Yep. So, what does the chat think about today? About this whole Rule 14 issue? I think this Rule 14 issue is going to be a bigger thing than they're letting it on to be. I think they actually they've already interviewed people based on a timeline that's bogus. So they have to go back and re-interview everybody because that changes everyone's time and place. And how we're here halfway through the second trial, just getting this now. It's a murder trial of a Boston cop. And this is what and how they act. Here's a little information. Here's a little more information. Oh, we got some video. Higgins in the parking lot, not moving cars. I saw that guy on the stand. After he raised his hand, he said he moved cars. No cars were moved. Did he move the door handle? Yep, he did. Did he move the car? No. Did he move the car's door handle? Yes.
Did he take a duffel bag out of one car and put it in another?
Exactly. Did that have cell phones in it from the people that were included in the house? Right? Did that have sweatshirts in it?
Right.
Pants? How about shoes?
Shauna, thanks for the $20. Thank you so much.
That's my rant.
I just don't think my opinion is I don't think Bev is gonna go along with us. I think she's gonna let the Commonwealth have what they want. Unfortunately.
that's-
To protect
Yeah,
them, too.
absolutely.
That's the problem. That's to protect them.
People going by
Who do you
beeping,
get on
hopefully.
Who do we get on the stand today, you think?
Yeah, who is on the stand?
Beach Bump,
I
thanks
don't
for the
know.
$5. Thanks.
You should have asked Nathan when he drove by.
Oh yeah. I didn't even think to ask them.
Yeah. Tom, what time did you get up this morning? Time did you get up this morning?
What time did you get up this morning?
11:54.
Come on, man.
I had to iron my shirt, iron my pants,
Jesus.
had to make my coffee.
He needs a steamer, not an iron.
I don't know, man.
Maybe I'll buy him a
He's a-
steamer. You hang it up and steam it, and it's easier to iron. That's not one of the ties I gave him.
It's Garcia though.
I know.
This
I gave you like 8 of them.
I know. The ones that you gave me, those aren't named. Those are older ones.
The-
The new ones are named, like this one.
Oh.
This is Wyatt Crossroads.
Oh, mine are older. Mine just say Jerry Garcia on them.
Just have the tag.
Maybe they're worth
Oh.
something. Who knows?
Yeah, don't throw those out. Do not throw those out, guys. Seriously.
No, it's funny. My husband is a Marine, and it's funny because people would buy him ties, and he would
Yeah.
never wear any of them unless they had Marine Corps on them. He wears nothing
Oh.
unless it says Marine Corps on it.
What? Hey, once a Marine, always a Marine.
Yes,
You never,
yes,
You're never not a Marine. I know that.
Yeah. absolutely. Yeah,
Tip of the
Lieutenant.
spear. Yep.
Mm.
Tip of the spear.
yeah. He's just walking around.
I mean, there's all kinds of news about the judge lists buffer zone outside Karen Reed. I don't know why you guys are holding up back there, but it's
Because- Well, yeah, because we were told that we have to wait on Hardiman to come
Yeah.
out and tell us where we can go, even though somebody showed him even though they
Yeah,
showed
what-
him the note,
Yeah. Yeah.
the paperwork. Who knows? The paperwork
tell you
says it
this.
all.
He's gonna wait as long as he can until everybody's inside, and then he's gonna come out. He's probably watching us right now.
Yep. Yeah.
Just show us a little bit of if you want some
Grande.
respect, man.
Yeah.
Just show us some respect,
Yeah.
man.
Aiden's really pissed at him.
Here comes what's that, John DePietro spawn?
Grant,
Yep. Grande.
Smelly Ellis.
Grande.
Tell me he smells like weed out there.
What's up? We're waiting for Hardman to come back and let us know what his interpretation of the buffer zone rules are.
They're having a meeting.
They're having a meeting some kind up the end of the street. So
So for now, you're staying here, and then they're going to talk to you, and then you'll decide where you're going to go.
correct. Based on what they say, because they're the guys with the guns in the back and the handcuffs, like Aiden says. Can't really do much with that.
But Tom,
Okay.
diplomacy is a mutually delicate dance.
Listen, I didn't make the ruling. The people above me did. The judges did. They made that ruling. I didn't make it.
No, Judge can only put out a new order yesterday. And the question is, what does the new order mean?
Right. I'm not qualified to interpret it, we'll say.
You're learning. See you soon, Tom.
Later, dude.
He's definitely on the spectrum, dude. He's definitely on the spectrum.
He is the spectrum.
I was gonna say sorry for his loss for his dad, but whatever.
Which one?
I don't know if they're. I don't know. Oh Jesus, I don't know. Yeah. So how did your interview go on Justice Server last night?
Oh, what a great time it was last night. Hey, there's Aiden. Great show.
Yeah.
How are you?
Hi, I just wanted to say hello.
Hi, hold on.
Linda from North Carolina.
You're from North Carolina.
Yes.
Okay, put you on TV?
Yeah.
Yeah? Hey, Mike.
Yeah.
Linda from North Carolina. Say hi.
Hey, good morning.
Karen Reed. Norfolk County sucks. I can't even believe what I'm seeing. And I want to do something about it, just like everyone here, and I don't even know what. I'm retired teacher, 0 fucks to give,
Nice.
except for caring about things like this. And
So-
anyway,
so-
my best friend lives here, so it was just
Oh,
it was
awesome.
just luck. I've been following the trial since a year or more. I mean, the pre-trial stuff last year,
Mhm.
and she lives in West Roxbury, so I was just like, hey, I was up last year some, I came up this year,
Yep.
so I'm just hanging out.
So is Karen Reed popular in North Carolina?
It depends, I'm like, I see a lot of like TikToks of people.
Okay.
I have no one to talk about the Karen Reed trial,
Right.
so I'm kind of in that bubble.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Do you know Aiden?
I was at his last hearing.
Do you want me to get a picture of you and him? Let me see your phone.
Yes.
Go ahead, let's go.
I need to tell him I was at his last hearing.
Yeah.
But things went so damn sideways.
Oh God, yeah. Isn't
I
that
wanted
cr-
to respect him and
Ki-
not speak to him.
It- yeah.
Okay.
yeah. In North Carolina? Do you have anything remotely this crazy? Anything?
not
Like
this
a tweak his
crazy.
house blowing up and having like him living and stuff and like crazy
No,
stuff. No,
No, no.
insanity, isn't it?
I'm sure it happens because, but it's not widely known. And I've been listening to to some of the trooper from North Carolina.
Yep.
I wish I knew who he was. I might even, but but I doubt it. And
Yeah.
so yeah, just listening to him is comforting.
Yeah. All right, let me grab a picture with you and Aiden for you from North Carolina.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Oh, of course.
Oh, you okay, Chris?
Free turtle boy.
Nice. That's awesome.
You just made her. You just made her year, dude.
I haven't had a chance to.
Oh, no, I didn't know if you.
Oh no, I haven't had a one-on-one. It's just
Oh, okay.
I don't want to make it comfortable for her with everybody else here. Well, North Carolina, Mike. We got them from all over here, right?
Yeah.
All over. Oh shit! I left my camera on the steps of the courthouse.
It'll be there.
Yeah, I know.
Probably.
Well,
It'll.
But-
It'll. Don't
we just
panic.
don't know.
Have a question. Run
Yeah.
down and get it.
Okay.
Wherever you goddamn place.
Right. We can go in the buffer zone, right, and film.
You just get to see it. Ask to see a judge.
I'm gonna go ask to see a judge now. How about that? I ain't waiting.
Oh Jesus, dude.
You know what?
Take a
I'm not gonna
question.
wait. I'm gonna head up. I'm gonna head up and see what happens.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're 100% allowed to.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going in. Yeah. Yeah. Come on.
Let's fucking bring equestrian with you.
Yeah, she's right here.
All right. Oh, look, they get the van with you and everything. Wow.
Oh yeah. Miss Meredith. Good morning. How are you today? Look good. Yep. They get the paddy wagon ready to go. The wagon.
Jesus Christ, man.
The wagon.
They've dumped off the patty. They
Yeah.
say patty's racist, but who knows?
Oh, all right. I can see that from a Mick.
I got yelled at from a Mick.
I'm Callahan. I'm kind of a Mick.
I just don't know. Can we be filming coming through?
I'm
here?
filming. Yep, I am. And
We just don't want to get arrested.
I want a meeting with the dude. Meeting with, how are you? Going in hot. Well, again, I'm here for you guys, right? I'm here for you guys. I have a camera posted on the fence railing. I just need to hit record, then I can get out of the way and it'll go. Okay?
And Tom, you were one of the guys on the lawsuit. Don't
Yep.
you know?
Grande is going to have to leave because Jeff Machado's here. Hope she beeps as she goes by. Grant. Black Mercedes taking a lap. All right. Well,
So what's going on with the buffer zone?
I don't know. I'm recording.
Did you find your camera?
I'm supposed to be here. I could be here. Yeah. I could.
You're a citizen reporter, Tom. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Hold on, Mike. I'm gonna go ask Mr. Hartman if he knows.
Don't film him.
You're loud, Mike.
Okay. Is that Karen? Yeah? No?
No. I have to go over there. Just want to double check. Yep.
Where you going?
Let's go across the street.
Okay.
Yep.
Thanks, Tommy, for doing what. Thanks, Tommy, for doing what you do, buddy.
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, LT.
Still closer than it was.
Nice job, Tommy.
I'm good. All right, guys, we made it. Made it closer.
All good.
Was he
You know what
polite?
I need you to do? There's
Is he
my.
polite?
I got my. I'll get it. Is what, Mike? I'll get it after.
Was he polite? Was he polite to you?
Yes,
Cool.
I have a camera on the stairs,
Oh.
so I'll grab it later.
No.
No,
Yeah, go grab
You
it,
can
Tommy.
see it.
Don't leave it.
See it right
don't
here.
leave it there.
I was gonna just turn it on
Oh,
and let it run
oh.
No.
because it's already there. So Michael, but I would.
Mike.
You probably wouldn't yell it. You want to run over and grab it? It's on. Okay.
I can,
Yeah. No. Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right.
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you. All
I
right.
Just want to. You want to know exactly where you need to be, Tom. Like, where can I be? What can I be?
He's going.
He's gonna talk.
Yeah,
to Tom.
he's gonna come over here and talk to me specifically after,
All right.
which is all right. See, I got two here, so I'm hoping I can maybe with this camera, I try and get it better. That's camera 2, camera 0.
You're doing good, dude. It looks good, man.
Yeah, I'm glad he's down
I'm
here.
trying to get like a close up. I tried to get a zoom lens on it.
Don't worry about it, man. Well, today's Friday. You get that stuff. We'll get here Monday. We'll be back.
Yeah.
You know.
I got a
Hey.
microphone I was gonna play with after this.
Do we have Court TV ready to go on the monitor or what?
Yeah, they're
All right. Someone's on it.
Yep, on it.
All right.
Oh yeah, so I think Aiden's at 9 o'clock court here.
Yes.
So you can talk. You can go in the registry of deeds and use the bathroom and stuff.
Yep. I mean, they're right here. Here's the beautiful Jess. Jess Machado's here,
Oh,
as
cool.
you can tell. So we'll at least be, thank God, we'll get some legitimate content now. Thank you, Jess.
For here, I'm
Yeah, you're
gonna
for
cook
Aiden.
Aiden.
We're still gonna get good
Nine-
content.
nine-
Thank you for tweeting, by the way.
Of course. How's everybody?
Good. Buffer zone's a little iffy. We don't know about it yet.
So yeah, where are we at with that?
Hosman asked me to stay here. He's gonna talk to me after.
But he said
Right.
he can film from over here. So.
It's closer than I was.
I still think you should be able to be right over there,
Oh, we agree.
right?
Yeah.
Huh.
I'm not gonna push it today.
Right.
Yeah. Nicer.
I
Yeah.
hate it, but I love Hardman.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
So what do we have?
Jess, do you know this guy here? He keeps walking back and forth
Which one?
across the street in the black jacket.
Oh, you know what? I recognize him from last year.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know if you knew him. Okay.
No, I don't.
All right.
Camera guy?
Yep. I don't know. Don't know.
Have we seen the Reeds or anybody yet?
I saw Mrs. and Mr. and Nathan.
Nathan, but we didn't.
They went in already.
Yeah.
You haven't seen Karen.
No, we have not. You think it'll be a mistrial with the Rule 14?
I've
I don't just want to be that big for that.
They have to. It's so bad.
I have had a theory there would be a mistrial. I have had a theory.
Gives them time to go through all the other evidence.
Sort of a treat. Well, you know what? I don't see the.
8:45 to 8:50.
Her family part.
Oh.
All right, you can hear me, Mike?
Yeah.
Say hi to Jess.
Hey, Jess.
Mikey.
Hi, Mike.
Yeah. Hey, Jesse. Good job.
Yeah. Yeah, we both like your writing.
Thank you.
Okay. Just well, so isn't Kyle. Yeah.
Tommy's just rebooting. Okay. Well, that's the word. Flip has been doing an awesome job on his stuff, guys. Mike with his threats is gonna get him hurt. You guys are fucking clowns. David Dijon, whatever the fuck you. Yeah, I'm one of the only fucking people that fucking knew John. Yeah. Someone's gonna hurt me, huh? Yeah, bring it, dude. Fucking bring it. These fucking guys. Yeah, I actually, hey, thanks for sharing that with me about resistance to silence, talking shit about me. But they know where I live. Fucking, just come on over, dude. Just knock at my fucking door, sign the fucking insurance form, and we're good.
Yeah. I'm here.
Make sure you have insurance.
Yeah.
It's not gonna take long. Bring
You there, bud?
the biggest, baddest guy you have. I don't give a fuck. I don't care how much he weighs. I don't care. I'll break his fucking shoulder.
David Janetti.
Fucking assholes.
He's smiling. Nice. He gave me a wave. He sees what's going on.
It's kind of blurry though. That's okay. It looks good.
Nice.
Yeah.
Liza.
There's Karen. Heads up. You got this, Karen.
I'm definitely putting a sign up on my lawn.
And that's that.
My lawn.
Apartment first or?
No. There goes A, and you're going to that courthouse? Okay.
Hey, is there a Zoom for that one? I wonder.
Is it? Do you know if it's going to be more people? Is it going to be Zoom? Do you know?
I know they never have Zoom.
This does, all right. This doesn't have Zoom. Jess is going to go in, so she's going to start tweeting from
It's
inside.
nothing special. It's
Okay.
Oh, it's nothing great.
Mhm.
But it's not gonna kiss you. I want you to go talk to him. You wanna go talk to him?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I guess. Hey, I know you. How are you?
Hey, honey.
Look, all my mods are showing up. That's funny. How's your day going?
So far, so good.
Yeah?
How are you? Good to
How
see
you
you.
doing?
Good morning.
How are you?
Not too bad so far.
You have a fingerprint on your body camera lens, sir.
Yeah.
You do.
Still comes out pretty
I
good.
know.
So hot today. Sweating already.
Hey, it's gonna be good. Wait till it gets real hot.
I know it.
Yeah.
Always.
Yeah, you have to.
Always.
That makes it even
Sucks.
hotter.
Promise the wife. I gotta
And you get itches underneath it. It's like,
I know.
oh,
Promise
Yeah.
the wife.
you have to wear it. No. I used to go without wearing it. Sucks.
What's that?
About the buffer zone.
Just be careful. You know what? If you guys
Come on, Tom.
Hey, Justice Serve TV, EMB.
Sorry about that. I was saying
Tommy.
something. I said something out there, so
He
Yeah.
said he,
Yeah,
we just want
sorry.
to know where we can go. We don't want to have any problems.
If you guys are you trying to film right now?
Yeah, Karen's already come and gone. So.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
the best spot to film is obviously across the street.
Well,
Well-
no. Yeah, we're not filming. We're done with that. We just want. He said he was going to talk to Tom when he was done.
It's about where I can film and stuff like
All
that.
right, yeah. If
We
you'd
just
like to
don't-
speak to him,
But I mean, like,
I can tell you what I know.
all right.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I know there's obviously you can film. You have the right to film, right?
Yeah.
Just go across
Across the
the
street.
Right.
where you should be.
Okay. So they want just
Go
on.
over here. See where these people are
I'd
standing?
love to be over
Yeah,
there.
if you'd like to go over there.
I would.
Okay.
No one's telling you you can't do that.
Well, I just want to be where I'm allowed to be, whether it's over there or
Yeah,
over
we
there.
don't
I
wanna-
don't want to
like,
be
you
over
guys
here.
have an issue with people that
Right.
don't want-
Appreciate that.
You
No,
know,
I like that you guys come to
My
talk.
husband,
Yeah.
my husband's retired, so we don't want any issues.
Listen, I also have another question.
Yeah, what's going on?
On the stairs up there,
Yeah.
I left my camera this morning. I was
Okay.
going to hit film and let it run. That way I'm not even there and it captures her walking in by itself. It's on the railing.
Okay.
Can I go grab it?
We'll let you grab it in a minute. We just want to make sure everyone's in right now.
Oh, well,
So,
obviously, yeah.
this is what-
Yeah. But would that be acceptable if I put my camera there and let it run?
You're gonna have to talk
It's
to
an
the.
iffy. It's-
But I can be down the end of the street. It's still going to record. But that's doing the same thing. The body camera. If we could get body camera footage, we could get better footage than what I could get because they got it clear up. I just get a FOIA at a time. Mikey,
Just to get the footage.
FOIA. We want Hartman's camera just the time that Karen come out. He's got the best footage of anybody.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea.
We
Hey,
can
something-
FOIA his camera stuff.
Tommy, something's blocking your lens.
Yeah. Appreciate it.
Yeah, lift that up or something. I don't know what you saw. I can't see anything with that.
I'll have the same conversation. Hey, when you're done filming, I'll have a conversation with you. But you have to.
Oh, I thought we were gonna go across the street. Okay, yeah. Mikey, I gotta go black. Better have a conversation with the trooper.
All right, man.
All right, so hold on. All right, Mikey.
Yep.
Um,
All right. So Tommy's getting it done. Just so you know, I got a text. Nan Gallagher, Attorney Gallagher, will be boots on the ground this Tuesday if you're looking to go down and join the crowd. She'll be down there. She's been awesome. She's been doing the circuit with all the other content creators. So yeah, Tom's down there. He is in the buffer zone where he should be. He is filming where he should be, but not completely like he had last year. But let's just be clear about that. That might change, but we're not going to push the limits here. And then someone just texted me or DM'd me from Justice Serve TV. Linda says to make sure Tom records that with Hartman. I don't know. Okay. Here we are streaming your feed. Linda says Tom should be allowed across the street, that Hartman is wrong. She said Tommy needs to talk to Mark ASAP. Okay. Yeah, I think we're going to try to get there. I have a problem with crowds, just so you know. Yeah. With a lot of people around me. Yeah. So yeah, that's my thing. I don't, yeah. It's a whole thing. Well, it's medical PTSD. Yeah. So anyways, that sucks. The fans only, hey, don't go anywhere because we're gonna have court for you here too. The fans on right now. I just want a big shout out for Tom. Yeah, JK. I know. Yeah, it sucks. Been shot at quite a few times. And yeah, it's finally caught up to me. But hey, I'm working on it, right? I'm working on it. But I feel comfortable here because I can control, I can control everything. When I'm there, I can't. I tried the first time around, and as the crowds became bigger and bigger, I found myself going back to where I could control myself. And when I was there was too many people and yelling, screaming. I can't do it. Yeah, no worries, man. Yeah, and a lot of people have it. I have a tough time with it. That's all. Like I can't go to like big sporting events. I have a tough time with. Concerts are really hard for me, but I go to certain concerts. But all that shit. you know, but and then I have to see this stuff happen to Tom. It's a trigger for me. I'm not a veteran. Nope. But this is like that stuff that happens. That stuff that happens with Tom is just a trigger for me. No, so no. I never went to war. No. Basically, so the other channel, Resistance to Silence, was saying they were gonna have a prayer. Just so you know, I'm like one of the only people that knew John O'Keefe. Okay, that's why I'm here. I'm not here for money. I don't get paid. I'm doing this for my free, just because I feel good about it. And anyways, Tom was just down there to try to make amends with these people. Ever since what happened in Stoughton, where Tom was attacked by Dennis Sweeney and Peter Murphy, and ever since then, Tom's been, you know, I know. Sorry, my picture. I know. But Tom's just trying to make amends with these people. I don't know why they don't like him, but they just don't. Maybe because he sold his footage last year and he made some money, not a lot. When you know, I'm from Canton now. I live in Canton. Dennis Sweeney, all those people. I just thought we'd be better, and these people just keep on pushing the envelope on Tommy, and I don't like it. You know, him and I've seen Tom get pushed down, yelled at. Maybe because he's just small in stature. I don't know what the fuck they have with him. I was drawn to him when I first met him because I like his fucking his gumption. He just, you know, he has it. He just goes. Like he jumped in that picture, you know, and they didn't want to include him in anything. Instead of putting their arms around Tom, that's all it would take, and we could move on. But they want to push him away. They accuse him of being this. They accuse him of being that. None of it's true. None of it's true. None of it's true. You know, it's like you have all these people just fucking beating on him, verbally shutting him out and trying not to include him. And all he wants to do is help. Right? His time. Right? That's it. And I see nothing wrong with it. But to say that you're not included in a prayer, that's fucked up. It's fucked up. I don't, you know. Thanks, yeah, Danielle, yeah. Yeah, when Tom jumped in that group picture, Tom asked, do you want me to take the picture of you? That's what, you know what I mean? And they said, no. So what did Tom do? Tom jumped right into the picture and said, you know what? I got to give it to him, man. Things would, if things would be different, never mind. You know, worked out. Felicia, thanks for the $5. Mark Mendoza talked to Michael yesterday on what about the Buffer Zone rules? I'll look under the video tab, not live for it. Okay, thank you. Yeah, Tom actually stops by a church on his way out of his house and prays. Yeah. What you guys, I don't know if you guys knew this or not, but Nathan talked about it. And Karen, with last year's trial, Tom would go to the South End Church in Boston where Karen would go pray, and he would just pray so she wasn't praying alone. He'd be in the back or on the side next to her, kind of like thing, you know? So the guy's got, you know, these people, I don't know what it is. They think they like own the fucking sidewalk, or if you're not part of them, you can't do anything that they're not doing. And they're literally bullying them. You know, and I wanted him to be there, you know, because I'm here for John O'Keefe. But I realized the only way to get justice for John O'Keefe is get justice for Karen Read first. And hopefully, and the way it looks like, we're probably never going to get justice for John O'Keefe. You know, and it sucks, but you know what? I'm going to see it out. He knows, John knows, he's looking down. He's playing hoop right now. He's up there. You know, he's probably baffled just as much, you know. But I don't want to get too, it's the can't mentality. Yeah, see, like, these people are from, so the Sweeneys are from Canton. So this is what they know. Well, we were bullied. We'll bully, you know what I mean? That just enough. Now they're like they're threatening me. That's just the wrong thing to do, man. Just the wrong thing to do to me. Some of the other people will be they'll be cool with it and shit. Not me though, man. I'll put a sign up in my fucking yard. I will fucking call them out. I will go to the town hall meetings with the sign in and put it right behind them. I'll do whatever the fuck it takes. Because you know what? Tom is loyal. And I learned a big lesson working with Tom, you know. There's been a couple times where I've said, fuck it, I'm not doing this. But I've, and someone reached out to me and said, you can't quit, you know. So I didn't. You know, I took some time off for mental health because it was getting too much. And but I've never been bullied. And I don't care. I won't stand for it, man. You know. Yeah, I'm here for John O'Keefe, man. I don't want to just keep on saying that, but I just these fucking people that are down there, they need to figure it out, because it can't be one side. If we're just trying to do the right thing all the time and we let them, you know, keep making lines in the sand for us, you know, you can't be a part of this, or you can't, like, who does that? What the fuck? Who does that? And why are they so jealous? What are they jealous of? Yeah, he goes to church almost every day, man. Even if it's just to go in and do a quick prayer, because he's got a lot of things. Tom's got a lot of shit on his plate, man. You know, he's not like, you know. I don't know what Tom's doing, but I know that some of the mods are running over to get this up for us, so give us a second, okay? But that's my little spiel. I'm not gonna be a dead horse, but it's just these fucking people, you know. And I'll say it right to their fucking face. I don't care. I don't have to throw. You know, I can just talk to them. But don't fucking do that, man. Be a fucking adult. Do it. Say what you got to say, but put them aside when you show up to a fucking standout. Don't, because we're all here to do the same thing. But these fucking people, they want to block his shot. They want to. I'll never forget. They came up to me when they knew I was working with Tom and made up lies about Tom to try to get me to leave. It was fucked up. I've never seen anything like it in my life. I'm like, get the fuck away from me. Get the fuck away from me. And it was like about I don't know, a couple $100 or something like that. I go, yeah, I'll give you the fucking money. Just stop talking shit about him. And it wasn't even true. Came down like some kind of pizzas and shit. I don't know what the fuck it was. I'm like, this is fucking petty. Petty. Get the fuck away from me. You know, making up all this shit, like fucking idiots. No, that's the problem. I don't take shit. Win, lose, or draw, I'm fucking going down. I just hate it, man. There's nothing more aggravating than these fucking people like this. It just fucking pisses me off. Yeah, it's like, you know, it's like, yeah. Fuck, man. I feel like I'm back in high school sometimes, you know? And believe it or not, back in high school, I was the fucking asshole. I was in that clique of people that were just dicks, you know? But then I grew out of it. Like, okay, I'm not gonna be that person anymore, you know? So Turtle Boys and Girls, enough about this. Okay, I'm good. I just vented. I feel better. Donkey fucking guy. You fucking make me laugh, bro. But yeah, drama. Like, I'm done with the drama. I just want to fucking support Karen. I want Tom to go film without getting accosted. Right? That's all we want, right? We want to be there to see people from North Carolina. They don't want to see this shit. Right? They don't want to know what the fuck's going on. They just want to come down and yell and hold their signs and get a picture with Turtle Boy and Meredith and just have a good day. But we get this tension where Tom is afraid to walk down the sidewalk because he's got people just staring at him. You know, we had one guy tell us, "Oh, you know, hey, I'm trying to keep you guys together here," and you know, one person saying one thing. I'm like, "Who needs this shit, dude? We don't. This is a, you know." I'm like, this is fucking ridiculous. Do you know how ridiculous you fucking sound right now? But hey, Kirk said you're fucking spot on, dude. Yep. You are spot on. When Paul Cristoforo was here, we had none of this shit. None of it. Nor did we do anything to them. Like, there was no separation. There was like one. Paul is a leader, whether he knows it or not. I know I don't know if but he's a leader. And he just, maybe he does know it. Maybe he just does the right thing all the time. Some other people, just because you put a label on their name, whether it be LT, Sergeant, or whatever, doesn't make them a leader, right? You could have a patrolman that's a leader. So, yeah. Okay. That's how I roll. Don't talk about it, just show me. You know, actions speak louder than words. Oh, here's the bell chime. We still have the fan on. It was nice that Jess Machado chimed in, right? She has to sit there with Grant Ellis Smith sometimes. You know, these are some of the same people that when there was that, I don't know, some kind of fundraiser or whatever, and they didn't get invited, they went fucking apeshit. Like, so you're really not here just to support Karen. You want more than that, obviously. It seems like. Okay. Hey, thanks for gifting 5 memberships. And they were pissed until they got invited to something. It was fucking crazy. It was like, so those are your true colors. And until it happened, you know, they were just fucking assholes.
But
Can you hear me?
Gotcha.
Ah, there we go. All right, we had a nice meeting with Sergeant Hartman.
Yep.
You're right.
He is a sergeant. He's not a lieutenant.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah. We got the lowdown. We can only be on this side of the street. Let me full screen this.
Okay. The side where Aiden is, right?
The side with the registry of deeds, and we can be over here.
We can only be on this side of.
We can film over here.
Yeah, we can film on this side.
But if you don't want to film, you can go on the other side?
No. That other side, the sidewalk, from here to there, the sidewalk is like under control by them.
So
Yeah, they don't want that's their safe space. Keeping everybody on that side.
Yeah. She's got to see counsel right away. Sidebar. First thing right away.
Yep.
Shock,
Yep.
huh? Told you, Mac, that Rule 14 thing is big. Big like a pickle.
Oh, so
I'm telling you, man, that's big. That's really big. Styling, if you hit the live button at the very bottom, that'll bring your YouTube stream current. At the very bottom of your stream, there's a live button, and you got to hit that, and it'll zip you close, fast forward.
Jim's downstairs and he's making a couple of mimosas, OJ and champagne. Oh, there's Lou O'Connell. Oh, is that Channel 25 over there?
Yeah,
There it is.
there you go. All right. Someone texted me and asked me what a Rule 14 motion is. Can somebody explain that? You want breakfast?
Come on, drink. Come on. At least another coffee.
Yep. Only
So
one
Rule-
side, but listen, again, I'm happy that we got a side. Really. Where I mean, Aiden's in that
So-
courthouse right now.
Rule 14, Tom, you want to know what it is or not?
Yeah. Tell him what Rule 14 is.
Right, Rule 14, Massachusetts Rules of Criminal Procedure deals with pretrial discovery, focusing on the prosecutor's duty to disclose exculpatory evidence to the defense. That's the whole timeline.
Yep.
Now he wants to change it, right? That's what they're talking about.
And
This
that's
rule has been gone-
exculpatory.
Exactly. Yep. So Rule 14 mandates the prosecution has a duty to disclose any evidence that's favorable to the defense, regardless whether it's considered credible, admissible, or reliable. So basically, he's changing the timeline in the middle of the trial that exculpatory evidence helps Karen.
It was good hearing you last night. I said it was good to hear you last night.
You know, Harbin has a meeting, right?
Yeah.
At 8
Yeah.
8 o'clock meeting.
In there. And he's telling me we can only be on this side of the street. So, whatever.
Aiden's down there saying, "Oh, we can just hang out in front of the church." Yeah,
Yeah,
with a chair, but I can't have a can read sign.
right. Exactly.
That's what we need to clarify.
Right. Oh, they're all out of court already. What the hell happened? If that was Aiden's, that was quick. What's up? What's up?
Dude, get away from him.
Continued. Okay. I don't know what's up with that. All right. Breakfast? All right.
Get away from your fake friends, dude.
Mike, I try and just be friendly with everybody.
Yeah, they're fake friends, dude. Just keep your circle small, dude.
Oh, Mrs. O'Keefe's in the courtroom today. Is that what she is?
Yeah.
Is she in there?
Yep.
Okay.
And Lou O'Connell's there.
That guy in the back?
Yeah. Fourth one from
Yeah.
the left. Yep.
Yeah.
Ted's there.
Yeah, I saw Ted driving this morning. He waved at us.
Yeah, the Reeds are there. Estee's there.
Nathan, I see Nathan. Saw Nathan this morning.
Yeah, I don't know who the other two girls are or anything like that, but yeah. Don't forget, Mr. Reed said he scraped off the back bumper of that car with his hands.
Yeah, he knocked the snow off of it, didn't he?
Yeah. Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah. All right, here we're at. We're back in the court. You ready?
Coming back?
Can you go to mute?
Yeah.
All right. All right, here we go. Thanks for everybody for being here. Hit that like and subscribe. This is I appreciate it. I don't know if Mark Randozza is there or not. He might be. Yeah, hey, Rhonda, we would love to, man. We've tried. Tom, more than me, has gone so much out of his way to try to get back in that little circle of love they have going on down there, the Love Fest. And they just don't want nothing to do with him. Yeah, it's fucking crazy. And they claim to be all this and this kind of person, and it's fucking, I'm done with it. Fucking done. If you're gonna fucking threaten me too, just come by the house. You guys know where I live. Just do it the right way. All big talkers, man. Yeah. Yeah, Scott. Yep. Fake friend. Yep. Total fake friend. Yep. Yeah, I've never wavered once. That's how it like you want to get in a foxhole with me, right? Yeah, donkey, pull up. Like who's got my 6? That's what I want to know. And none of those fucks do. They'll tell you they do, but they're the first ones fucking running. Fucking cucks. Anyways, that's all we're gonna.
I'm telling you, Mike, I think this is a mistrial. I hate to say it.
Right now?
Yeah, I think she's gonna call it a mistrial.
Wow.
That, Mike, Karen's
Yeah.
defense is based on that timeline.
I know.
That timeline's wrong, and they've already asked witnesses answers to questions.
I know, bro. It's a big deal.
So does that mean they were lying?
Yep. Well, they didn't do their homework because the triggering events, the black box is coming back to bite them in the ass.
Yep.
And then J.O.'s Apple phone moving after the timeline bit him in the ass. So basically, Karen hit him, and then John answered a text or looked at a text.
And locked his phone, right?
Yep.
Unreal.
Fucking nuts, man.
It's all new, huh?
Yes.
Outside seating.
Outside.
Outside seating, Mike.
Really?
Yeah. So go over here. We'll take this table. All right. Sitting down. I can actually see the chat today, Mike.
Oh, nice. Dude.
How are you? Yeah. All right. Thank you so much. I'm doing well, and you today?
Tommy, kissing baby, shaking hands. Now they have a sidebar going on right now, and they were just sitting down, and then it went right to the fan again. So I don't know what's going on. Yep, it's still a fan.
I'm back. Sorry about that.
That's all right, man.
Yeah. This Rule 14, Mike. I don't know how they're gonna get around it.
Chris, I know. Some of the drivers said, hey, can you,
So what does the chat think today? How's the chat doing?
They're pretty upset about what happened earlier. I can tell you that.
Really?
Yep.
Wow.
Sometimes I'll just take the serum
Well,
and just rub it through to get the.
I thank you, but unfortunately, it's just half of the course. So what can you do? Nothing. So you move on. You keep doing seeking justice, and that's all. I've kept my head down. I've kept going. I haven't quit. Like they've tried, but I'm not gonna. I'm here for the long haul for you guys, for Mike. We're doing this. Let's see what happens in 6 months. I'll still be here.
We fought too hard to make this happen through the court system today.
And what?
We fought too hard through federal court system to get everybody up there and get everybody filming and You know,
Yeah.
being a citizen reporter, and here we are on the first day back, and people are fucking around.
Yeah.
All right, court's on, bro.
Good morning again, council. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. So, I appreciate your patience. I have to ask.
Nan's saying it won't be a fucking
Were you
no
all able
mistrial.
to
Okay, Nan.
follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow my instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? I have one other important instruction for you folks, and it's so important that each and every juror can hear the evidence or the testimony that's presented, can follow the testimony, and can understand and evaluate the testimony of each witness and the exhibits. In order to do that, I just want to be very clear that it's important that people do not comment on the evidence or make any comments. Once you enter the room, it's probably a good idea to just listen. Don't talk, don't make any facial expressions, no muttering under your breath, no audible noises, because people need to hear what's going on and to understand everything. So out of respect for your fellow jurors, I would ask that you be very careful to make sure you don't do that, and out of respect for the lawyers who worked so hard to get this case before. Okay, thank you very much. With that, Mr. Brennan, your first witness, please.
Or if I could begin by offering a stipulation that's agreed to between the parties.
Okay, can we turn the AC down, please?
Why is it freezing over on us? Do we gotta find another station?
Thank you.
All right.
Yes,
Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to read a stipulation agreement between the Commonwealth and the defense.
okay.
And the stipulation between the parties is as follows. Now comes the Commonwealth and Karen Reed, the defendant in the above captioned matter. Both parties respectfully stipulate to the following. The two Massachusetts State Police troopers present at the autopsy conducted by the medical examiner, Dr. Scortibello, on January 31st, 2022, were Trooper Keefe and Trooper Watson. Former Trooper Michael Proctor was not present.
Thank you.
And
Yes, thank you.
with that, Your Honor, I'd like to introduce and play clip number 21.
Okay, Paul, turn the AC off. Hold on one second, please. I just want that. Can the jurors hear better with that on?
Respectfully stipulate to the following. The two Massachusetts State Police troopers present at the autopsy conducted by the medical examiner, Dr. Scortibello, on January 31st, 2022, were Trooper Keefe and Trooper Watson. Former Trooper Michael Proctor was not present.
Thank you.
And
Yes, thank you.
with that, Your Honor, I'd like to introduce and play clip number 21.
Okay, Paul, turn the AC off. Hold on one second, please. I just want that. Jurors hear better with that on?
So John's laying there, his left and his right, and I approached John from the left. That's where the street is. And he had a piece of glass, like perched on his nose, like just wedged like a splinter would be. And I just pulled it, and as soon as I pulled it, it just gushed blood down his face.
So we need this marked.
Yes. We have the item.
Exhibit 169.
Mr. Lally, your next one.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth calls Andre Porto to the stand.
Oh, Lally. Yeah, Sammy, we good, I think. Yeah. The stream is behind a bit. Maybe we should change channels. What, channel 25? I don't know.
You solemnly swear the evidence given before the jury in the case now and hearing to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Let's see what's going on.
Morning.
Yeah, so Fox 25 is ahead, yes.
Mr. Lally, whenever you're
All right.
ready.
By maybe a second.
Morning, sir.
Morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your last name for the court?
Yeah, my name is Andre Porto, last name spelled Porto.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a forensic scientist too in the DNA unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And where did you go to school?
I received my undergraduate, undergo the analysis process in training casework samples, where we learned how to do the lab work and analyze profiles. And at the end of this training, I took a competency test to make sure that I was able to accurately conduct the DNA analysis process. And once I passed that, I was then put on to do casework. And a year after completing both my competency tests and a year after my hire date, I was then promoted to a forensic scientist 2.
And so you're currently a forensic scientist 2, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the difference between a forensic scientist 1 and a forensic scientist 2?
So a forensic scientist 2 is just the automatic promotion that you get after a year of hire and passing the initial competency test. And we're able to do the DNA process in casework samples.
Now, so what type of analysis do you currently do at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory?
I can do the DNA analysis process in casework and known samples. That includes the lab work as well as analyzing the DNA profiles that are generated from the work.
Now, first, just in general terms, but specifically with reference to DNA analysis, can you explain to the jury how is that analysis performed?
Sure. So there's 4 steps in the analysis process. The first step is extraction, where we apply heat and chemicals to the samples to break open the cells and release that DNA to be available for use. Step 2 is called quantitation, where we take a small sample of that extracted DNA to estimate, and we use chemicals and run it through an instrument to estimate how much DNA we extracted. And then we proceed to step 3, which is called amplification. And that's basically, think of it as a molecular photocopier, where we target specific areas of the DNA to make millions of copies of it. And then we run it through, go to detection, where we run it through an instrument, and we generate the DNA profile as an electronic file on a computer.
Now, is the state lab where you work accredited?
Yes, it is.
And by whom?
We are accredited by an organization called ANAB, which stands for ANSI, National Accreditation Board, and ANSI stands for American National Standards Institute.
I need you to slow down, please.
Sorry.
Please.
Sorry.
He's nervous.
Are there steps taken in your lab during that process that you were just explaining to prevent against contamination?
Yes, there are.
And can you explain what those are?
Sure. So there are various steps. One step to prevent contamination between analysts would be to bleach and wipe down the workstations before use and after. Another way to prevent DNA transfer from analysts to the samples is to wear personal protective equipment, such as lab coats, gloves, masks, hairnets, and beard guards. And a way to prevent transfer from sample to sample would be to frequently change gloves, as well as only have one sample open at a time.
Now, with your work at the lab, is there a review process that your work undergoes?
Yes, there is.
And can you describe that process to the jury?
Sure. So once I complete my work, the file undergoes 2 types of reviews. The first is a technical review, where another qualified analyst will take the file and they'll do their own independent assessment and make sure that they come up with the conclusions and that they agree with the conclusions that I reached. And they'll also make sure that all the protocols were followed and every decision is scientifically sound. Once that review is completed, it undergoes an administrative review, where another qualified analyst will then look through the file and they look for clerical errors, such as typos or missing page numbers or missing case numbers. Once those 2 reviews are completed, the results can then be reported out.
Now, as a part of that accreditation process that you were speaking about a few moments ago, do you undergo anything called proficiency testing?
Yes, I do.
And can you explain to the jury what that proficiency testing process consists of?
Yeah, so a proficiency test is a test that's administered twice a year by an external vendor. And the results of this test are not known to the analyst at the time. And we basically treat it like it's a real case where it undergoes the analysis process as if it were a real case. And this test is used to show that the analyst is able demonstrates ongoing competency in the DNA analysis process. And successful completion of the test is required to maintain qualification as an analyst.
And what areas do you specifically undergo proficiency testing in?
DNA analysis.
And have you successfully completed each of those proficiency tests that you've taken?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Porto, could you explain to the jury what exactly is DNA?
Yeah, so DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, and it's basically the building block that makes us who we are. We each have 2 copies of our DNA, one that we inherit from mom and one that we inherit from dad. And that this combination makes sure that, barring with the exception of identical twins, we all have different DNA.
And is DNA the same in every cell of a person's body?
Yes. So what that means is, if I were to take a blood sample and a saliva sample from the same person, the same DNA profile will be generated.
Now, you spoke a bit earlier about the different steps included in the DNA testing. If you could, just a little bit slower, go through each of those 4 steps again for the jury.
Sure. So like I said, it's a 4-step process. So extraction, quantitation, amplification, and detection. So extraction, we use chemicals and heat to burst open the cells to make that DNA available for use. Quantitation, step 2, we take a small sample of that extracted DNA. We use a different set of chemicals and an instrument to estimate how much DNA is available for use. Amplification is the 3rd step, which I mentioned is the basically molecular photocopier, where it makes millions of copies of specific areas of the DNA. And then the 4th and last step is detection, where we run those amplified copies through an instrument, and we generate the DNA profile as an electronic file on the computer.
Now, Mr. Porto, what is STR?
So STR stands for short tandem repeats, and they're the locations that we're making the millions of copies of.
Now, in your work at the lab, do you have something that's referred to as a known item?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what a known item is?
Sure. So a known item is an item that's taken directly from a person to be used as a reference sample, so we know what the source of that profile is.
And conversely, what is a questioned item?
A questioned item is an item that's taken, let's say, from a crime scene where we don't know what the source is.
Now, do you also have terminology within your lab as far as a parent versus a child item?
Yes, we do.
And can you explain how those labels are and how they reference to what you do in your work?
Sure. So a parent item is, for example, the original item, and the child is a sample of that item. So for example, this box of tissues would be the parent item, and if you were to swab the outside, the swab would be the child item. So the box of tissues would receive, let's say, an item of 1-1. The swabbing of the outside would receive an item of 1-1.1.
Now, what are positive and negative controls?
Yeah, so a positive control is a control that has it's a known sample with a known DNA profile that we use in every step of the DNA analysis process to make sure that each step and instrument worked as expected and properly. And then a negative control is a sample that has no DNA in it. It only receives the chemicals that we use. And that's to ensure that the chemicals that we're using don't have any DNA inherent to them.
Now, when you as an analyst or a forensic scientist too are assigned work within the DNA unit, where do you retrieve that evidence from?
Yeah, so I retrieve it from a locked cold room that's only accessible via keycard.
Now, why are items kept in cold storage?
Yeah, the cold storage helps preserve the DNA for long-term storage.
And as far as the heat versus the cold, why is it that it's specifically kept, or why does the coldness of the storage room help preserve the item?
The cold can help prevent, let's say, growth of bacteria and mold that can degrade DNA.
And what does heat do conversely in reference to an item of forensic value?
Heat can help degrade DNA, and also promotes bacterial and mold growth that can further degrade that DNA.
Now, when you receive an item from the cold storage, how is that item typically packaged when you retrieve it from there?
Sure. So the item comes in these plastic, clear, transparent plastic sealed containers that has a label with a case number on it. And inside of that, each sample is within like a small plastic tube that has a label with a case number and item number.
Now, at some point, were you assigned to perform some work on a lab case number 22-02184 pertaining to this defendant, Karen Reed?
Yes, I did.
And what type of work in general terms were you assigned to do in this case?
I was assigned to do the DNA analysis process.
And that was on several items, is that correct?
Correct.
And could you explain to the jury the sort of the process that you used to analyze evidence in this case?
Sure. So the case underwent the 4 steps that I explained before. So extraction, quantitation, amplification, and detection.
And there was a known standard that was done in this case, specifically in item number 8-1.1.1. Is that correct?
Correct.
And did another analyst test and report the results from the known blood standard from that item 8-1.1.1?
Correct.
And how is that done?
Yeah, so that undergoes the same process that I explained. It'll go through the 4 steps: extraction, quantitation, amplification, detection. And then the analysts that did the interpretation and reported that out, the known standard out, they went through the profile to make sure that it's one person or single source. And once that went through the review process that I explained, so technical and administrative review, and once that was all completed, the standard was available to be used for comparisons.
And to whom was that known standard identified as belonging to?
John O'Keefe.
Now, you use the word in there as far as a single source. Can you explain to the jury what your understanding of that term is based on your training and experience?
Sure. So a single source is just a DNA profile that has one contributor to it. So only one person contributed DNA to that profile.
What exactly is a DNA profile?
Yeah, so a DNA profile is basically the combination of all of the locations that we amplified during the 3rd step of the process. And it's basically, you can think of it as like a chart, like an EKG, where it has peaks and valleys, and each peak has a specific number. And the DNA profile is just a combination of all those numbers put together.
Now, can you explain to the jury in general terms, to start with, the process of comparison between a known standard and a questioned or unknown standard?
Sure. So first, I did the analysis on the question items. I did the 4 steps. I analyzed the profiles that were generated. I then interpreted, make sure that I could determine the number of contributors. And once that was completed, I then used the standard that was available and compared them to all the profiles that were suitable for comparison.
Now, sir, starting with item 3-1.1, what was that a sample from?
That was a sample from taillight passenger.
And from a specific vehicle, is that correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, information were you given as to that vehicle that the swab from the taillight was from?
Do you mean like the license plate?
Yes.
Could I refer to my notes?
Yes.
Thank you.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, this is a little detail as far as the testimony goes.
I don't have a problem. Does the defense object?
I do not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So the license plate was 3G6684. Right, I'm sorry, 3GC684.
Now, with reference to the swab from the taillight, were you able to generate a DNA profile from that item?
I was.
And from your comparative analysis from that question item to that of the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
So the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. And the DNA profile from this item is at least, so sorry. I'll just restart. So the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. And the DNA profile from this item is at least 510 non-alien times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Now, sir, what does that mean?
So an inclusion is basically when I look at the DNA profile that was generated and I compare it to the known DNA profile. And if the characteristics of the known profile are consistent with the characteristics observed in the question DNA profile, that's an inclusion.
Now, as far as that number, 510 nonillion, how many zeros in that number?
So a nonillion is a 1 followed by 30 zeros.
Now, that profile, in addition to Mr. O'Keefe's profile, also had 2 unknown contributors, correct?
Correct.
Now, was that item also submitted to an outside vendor named Bodhi Technologies for further analysis?
Correct.
And with reference to your comparative analysis from the profile from this item to Mr. O'Keefe profile, if you could again just expound upon what does inclusion mean?
Yeah, so an inclusion, I compared the known standard that I had available for use from John O'Keefe to the DNA profile generated from the tail light. And the DNA profile if that was consistent with the DNA profile that I observed in the question item, and that's what an inclusion means.
Now, regarding item 3-6, what is the description of that item?
Yeah, so 3-6 is a root end of hair from exterior passenger side rear panel.
And is that the same vehicle as far as the taillight sample?
Correct.
Now, with respect to hair in general, there's a root end and a shaft end, correct?
Correct.
And what limitations does your lab have with regard to DNA testing of hair?
So when we test hair, we're actually, the root end of the hair, we're looking at any potential skin cells that might be attached to the root end. So that's where the DNA that we're looking for is coming from. And if there's not too many, yeah.
Now, are you familiar with a term based on your training experience known as autosomal DNA?
Yes.
And can you describe for the jury what your understanding of that term is?
Yeah, so autosomal DNA is DNA that's located in the nucleus of the cell, and that's the DNA that we inherit from both mom and dad.
Now, are you also familiar, based on your training experience, with a term known as mitochondrial DNA?
Yes.
And can you please explain to the jury what your understanding of the term mitochondrial DNA is?
Yeah, so mitochondrial DNA is DNA that's found in the mitochondria of a cell, and we inherit that from the mother.
It may be somewhat evident, but could you please explain to the jury sort of the difference between autosomal DNA on the one hand and mitochondrial DNA on the other?
Yeah, so like I said, the autosomal DNA is the one that we have 2 copies of, where we inherit one from mom and one from dad. And then the mitochondrial DNA is a circular DNA that we just inherit from mom.
Now, is the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab equipped to perform mitochondrial DNA testing?
No, we're not.
Now, was the DNA extract from the hair also sent to that external vendor, Bodhi Technologies in Lorton, Virginia?
I'm not sure if the extract was sent, but I know that the shaft of the hair was sent to Bodhi.
Now, what testing did you perform on the hair?
I did the regular DNA analysis process on the root end of the hair.
And that was done prior to it being shipped to that external vendor, is that correct?
Correct.
And what conclusions were you able to draw from the testing that you did on the hair?
Yeah, so there was no human DNA detected, and STR analysis was not performed.
Now, what does that mean, sir?
Yeah, so it means that I didn't detect any human DNA. So there might be DNA on there, but it was below what our instrumentation could detect.
Now, turning your attention to item 3-2.1.1, what is the description related to that item, sir?
It's a sample from the exterior of broken drinking glass.
And is there any further indication as far as the broken drinking glass, as far as where it was recovered?
Oh, yeah, 34 Fairview Road.
And were you able to generate a DNA profile from this item, the drinking glass?
Yes, I was.
And from your comparative analysis from this question item to that of the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
Yeah, so the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 530 nonillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals. This supports an inclusion.
This is the last time I'll ask you this, but just if you could reiterate to the jury, what does an inclusion mean?
Yep, so an inclusion is when I compared the known standard to the question item, and if the profile in the known standard is consistent with the profile in the question profile, that's an inclusion.
And that number again, as far as 530 nonillion, how many zeros again in that number?
That's a 1 followed by 30 zeros.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to another item, 7-1.2.1. What is the description related to that item?
Sample from stain A on upper right leg of jeans.
And is there any further indication as to whom those jeans belong to?
John O'Keefe.
Now, were you also able to generate a DNA profile from this item, the stain A on the upper right leg of Mr. O'Keefe's jeans?
Yes, I was.
And from your comparative analysis from the question item to that of the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude with reference to that item?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. Contributor 1 is suitable for comparison, and due to limited information, contributors 2 and 3 are not suitable for comparison. The DNA profile from this item is at least 570 non-million times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Thank you, sir. Now, turning your attention to item 7-1.3.1, what is the description related to that item?
Sample from stain B on upper right leg of jeans.
And same genes as the previous item?
Yes.
Now, were you able to generate a DNA profile from this item, stain B on the upper right leg of the jeans of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I was.
And from your comparative analysis from this questioned item to that of the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
Yep, so the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 660 non-million times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Now, sir, with reference to item 7-1.4.1, and again, these items with the dash and the point, is that what you were referring to earlier as the parent-child relationship between items?
Yes.
And what is the description for 7-1.4.1?
Sample from stain C on upper right leg of jeans.
Now, were you able to generate a DNA profile from this item from stain C on the upper right leg of Mr. O'Keefe's jeans?
Yes, I was.
And from your comparative analysis of this question item, stain C, to that of the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
The DNA profile is a mixture of at least 2 contributors, including male DNA. Contributor 1 is suitable for comparison. Due to limited information, contributor 2 is not suitable for comparison. The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors. The DNA profile from this item is at least 830 non-million times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Now, sir, with reference to item 7-1.5.1, what was the description of that?
Sample from stain D on upper right leg of jeans.
Now, were you able to generate a DNA profile from this item from stain D on the upper right leg of Mr. O'Keefe's jeans?
Yes, I was.
And from your comparative analysis from this item to the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 670 non-million times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Now, sir, did you also do some testing on an item 7-1.6.1?
Yes, I did.
And what was the description associated with that item?
Sample from stain E on upper right leg of jeans.
And were you able to generate a DNA profile from that item, stain E, on the upper right leg of Mr. O'Keefe's jeans?
Yes, I was.
And from your comparative analysis from that question item to the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors, including male DNA. Contributor 1 is suitable for comparison. Due to limited information, contributor 2 is not suitable for comparison. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1.0 decillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides a support for an inclusion.
I used a different number there as far as a decillion. How many zeros is a decillion?
Yeah, a decillion is a 1 followed by 33 zeros.
Now, with each of those items that you just testified about as far as the genes, the question items from the stains on Mr. O'Keefe's jeans, those were each located on the right leg, correct?
Correct.
Now, did you also perform some analysis on item 7-1.7.1?
I did.
And what is the description associated with that item number?
Sample from unstained areas of the exterior of jeans.
Now, were you able to generate a DNA profile from that item, from the unstained areas of the exterior of Mr. O'Keefe's jeans?
I was.
And from your comparative analysis from this questioned item to the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 4 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 53 septillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 3 unknown individuals than if it originated from 4 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
And again, sir, with that number, as far as 53 septillion times more likely, how many zeros in a septillion?
A septillion is a 1 followed by 24 zeros.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to what's listed as number 12 in your report, but item 7-18.4.1. Did you do some testing on that item as well?
Yes.
And what was the description associated with that?
Sample from stain C on top front of Gray's long sleeve shirt.
And the gray long sleeve shirt, is that attributed as belonging to a specific person?
Yes, John O'Keefe.
And were you able to generate a DNA profile from that item, specifically sample from stain C on the top front of the gray long sleeve shirt of Mr. O'Keefe?
I was.
And from your comparative analysis from that questioned item from the shirt to the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
So the male DNA profile was interpreted as originated from a single contributor. The DNA profile from this item is at least 58 octillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for an inclusion.
And again, sir, that number, as far as 58 octillion times more likely, how many zeros in an octillion?
So an octillion is a 1 followed by 27 zeros.
Now, sir, if I could take you down to listed as 15 in your report, but did you do some testing on item 7-18.14.1?
I did.
And what was the description associated with that item?
So sample from stain L on back bottom right of gray long sleeve shirt.
And were you able to generate a DNA profile from that item?
I was.
And from your comparative analysis with reference to that item, the sample from stain L on the back bottom right of the gray long sleeve shirt, in comparison to the DNA profile from the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
So the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1.0 decillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Now, sir, did you also perform some analysis on an item numbered 7-18.17.1?
I did.
And what was the description associated with that item, sir?
Sample from unstained areas of exterior of gray long sleeve shirt.
And similarly, were you able to generate a DNA profile from that item, the sample from the unstained areas of the exterior of the gray long sleeve shirt of Mr. O'Keefe?
I was.
And from your comparative analysis from that question item to that of the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors, including male DNA. Contributor 1 is suitable for comparison. Due to limited information, contributor 2 is not suitable for comparison. The DNA profile from this item is at least 960 nonillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to group a couple, 4 separate items from your report, starting with what's listed in your report as number 9 is item 7-3.1, correct?
Correct.
And what is the description associated with that item, sir?
Sample from stain D on right instep of sneaker.
And 11 from your report, you also did some analysis on item 7-18.3.1, is that correct?
Correct.
And what was the description associated with that?
Sample from stain B on top front of gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.7.1, do you see that as well?
Yes.
And what was the description associated with that item?
Sample from stain F on top front of gray long sleeve shirt.
And lastly, in this group, item 7-18.8.1, what was the description associated with that?
Sample from stain G on back left sleeve of gray long sleeve shirt.
And with respect to each of those last four samples from those items, were you able to generate a DNA profile with respect to each of those four?
Profiles were generated from them.
And what did you conclude based on the generation of those profiles with those four items?
Yeah, so the profiles that were generated were not suitable for comparison.
And if you could explain briefly to the jury, when you say not suitable for comparison, what do you mean by that?
Yeah, so for 7-3.1, it was a mixture of at least 5 contributors. And at the DNA unit, we validated, basically we tested and make sure that our protocols were we can only interpret mixtures of up to 4 contributors. So I determined that there were 5 contributors, so that makes it too complex for us to do comparisons to it. So it's not suitable for comparison for that reason. And the other 3 items, due to the quality of the profile, they were not suitable for comparison. And basically what that means is that there were such low amounts of DNA that was in the sample that there was a lack of information from the profiles themselves, so they weren't really suitable for comparisons.
And just to be clear, the item that you're referring to with the 5 possible contributors, that's a shoot, correct?
Correct.
Now, if I could turn your attention in your report to what you have listed as number 10, there are a number of different items listed there, correct?
Correct.
And starting with item 7-17.2.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain A on top front left of orange t-shirt.
And 7-17.3, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain B on top of front left of orange t-shirt.
And item 7-17.4.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain C on top front left of orange t-shirt.
And item 7-17.5.1, what is the description associated with that item number?
Sample from stain D on front bottom right of orange t-shirt.
And item 7-17.6.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain E on back left shoulder of orange t-shirt.
And so each of those respectively were samples taken from stains on the orange t-shirt of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Now turning your attention to item 7-18.2.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain A on right sleeve of gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.5.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain D on center front of gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.6.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain E on center front of gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.9.1, did you generate a profile from that item as well?
Yes.
And what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain H1 on back left of back left of gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.10.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain H2 on back left of gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.11.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain I on back right shoulder of gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.12.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain J on back bottom right of gray long sleeve shirt.
And lastly, with this group search, item 7-18.13.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain K on back bottom right of gray long sleeve shirt.
And so each of those items beginning with 7-18 were associated with various stains taken from various areas on the gray long sleeve shirt of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And with respect to each of those areas of the orange t-shirt and the gray long sleeve shirt, were you able to generate a DNA profile from those items?
I was.
And from your comparative analysis of each of the DNA profiles from those items to the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
So the male DNA profile was interpreted as originating from a single contributor. The DNA profile from these items is at least 490 octillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for an inclusion.
Now, again, if you could just remind the jury, when you say single source contributor, what does that mean?
Yeah, so a single source profile is a profile that has one contributor to it. So like one person contributed DNA to that profile.
And with respect to the number, as far as 490 octillion times more likely, how many zeros are in that number?
So an octillion is a 1 followed by 27 zeros.
Now, lastly, sir, did you perform any analysis with reference to items numbered 8-2 and 8-3?
I did.
And what were the descriptions respectively for items 8-2 and 8-3?
So item 8-2 was right hand fingernail clippings from John O'Keefe, and item 8-3 were left hand fingernail clippings from John O'Keefe.
So fingernail clippings from both the right and left hand of Mr. O'Keefe.
Correct.
And were you able to generate a DNA profile from those item numbers, the right and left hand fingernail clippings of Mr. O'Keefe?
I was.
And based on, from your comparative analysis of the DNA profile from the right and left hand fingernail clippings, both of Mr. O'Keefe, taken in conjunction with the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
Yeah, so the male DNA profile was interpreted as originated from a single contributor, and the DNA profile from these items is at least 490 octillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for an inclusion.
So with respect to each the right and left-hand fingernail clippings of Mr. O'Keefe, both of those were identified by you or your analysis as a single source contributor, correct?
Correct.
And they were each 490 octillion times more likely to have originated from John O'Keefe than from an unknown, unrelated individual. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. I have nothing further on.
Oh,
Yes.
let's go, Bob. Is it Bob? Oh, Giannetti. Oh,
Good morning,
let's go,
sir.
DY.
Mr. Porto, I would like to start by asking you about item 3-1.1, which you've identified as a sample from the passenger side taillight of the vehicle. Can you orient yourself in your report to that item?
Yes.
And that, of course, was the passenger side taillight that was attached to the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
You were never asked to do any DNA comparison on any pieces of taillight connected with this case, correct?
Let me check my other report.
Shots fired. Giannetti. Fucking
For
love this guy.
taillight, there was another item that was item 3-3.1, which is sample from apparent glass on rear bumper, if that's what you're referencing.
Okay, so if I suggested to you that the taillight was plastic, that glass wouldn't have been the taillight, correct?
I don't have, that's beyond my scope of testing.
Gotcha. Okay. With regard to the passenger side taillight, you found that there were 3 contributors of DNA to that taillight attached to the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
One of those contributors appeared to be
He's killing me.
John O'Keefe. Is that fair to say?
He was included
All
into
right.
the profile.
With regard to the other 2 contributors, who were they?
They could be anybody.
Were you ever asked to compare DNA samples from either Canton Police Detective Kevin Albert or Canton Police Chief Kenneth Berkowitz to the DNA profile that you analyzed from that passenger side taillight?
I was not.
Now, with regard to the broken drinking glass, which is item 3-2.1.1, do you see that in your report?
I do.
With regard to that, you came up with a DNA profile that also had 3 contributors, correct?
Correct.
One of those contributors appeared to be John O'Keefe, correct?
He was included, correct.
Who were the other 2 contributors?
I don't know. They could be anybody.
Were you ever asked with regard to that broken drinking glass to compare the DNA profile that you analyzed with the DNA of either Boston Police Sergeant Brian Albert or ATF agent Brian Higgins?
I was not.
Now, with regard to 7.1.2.1, or maybe it's 7-1.2.1, that's the stain A from the upper right leg of the jeans?
Correct.
All right. And you were aware, or you were told that those were the jeans that John O'Keefe was wearing on the morning in question when he was found?
Based on the sample description, that's what it seems.
All right. And it turned out that his DNA was on his own jeans, correct?
He was included in the profile.
All right. And that was unsurprising to you, correct? And with regard to that item, you found that there were 3 contributors of DNA, correct?
Correct.
With John O'Keefe being one of them.
He was included in the profile, yes.
And who were the other 2?
I don't know. They could be anybody.
Let's move on to stain B, also from the upper right leg of the jeans. That is 7-1.3.1. You see that in your report?
I do.
When you found a DNA profile, how many contributors of DNA were there?
3 contributors.
All right. And again, this was John O'Keefe's genes, correct?
Based on the description, yes.
So he was one of the 3 contributors.
He was included in the profile, yeah.
Who were the other 2?
I don't know. They could be anybody.
Moving on to stain C from the upper right leg of the
Rushing
jeans.
them.
7-1.4.1.
This is like easy.
You see that in your report?
I do.
With regard to the DNA profile that you analyzed there, how many contributors of DNA were there to that profile?
At least 2, and it was interpreted as 2 contributors.
And again, this is the same pair of jeans that he was found in, correct?
Based on the description, yes.
And you said at least 2 contributors. It actually could have been more than 2.
Based on our protocols, I had to call it 2, and we determined it as 2, but it could be more than 2, yes.
Okay. Well, let's pay attention to the one that was not John O'Keefe, at least that one. Who contributed that DNA to his pants?
I don't know. It could be anybody.
Moving on to stain D, which is 7-1.5.1. And if I can just put my glasses on to make sure I've read my own writing correctly. Actually, is it 7-15-1? Did I get that wrong the first time?
D?
I'm sorry?
Do you mean
Stain
stain
D?
D?
Stain D.
Stain D is 7-1.5.1.
Oh, I had it right the first time. Okay. With regard to that stain, you also got a DNA profile. And how many contributors were there to that DNA profile?
I interpret it as 3 contributors.
And again, this is John O'Keefe's genes, correct?
Correct.
He was one of the contributors to his own genes, correct?
He was included in the profile.
And with regard to that stain on the upper right leg of his jeans, who contributed the DNA to the, who were the other 2 contributors of DNA to that stain?
I don't know. They could be anybody.
And then finally, with regard to that upper right leg of the jeans, there was also a stain E, correct?
Correct.
How many contributors did you find to that DNA profile?
2 contributors.
One of which was John O'Keefe to his own genes, correct?
He was included, yes.
And who was the other contributor to that stain on the jeans?
It could be anybody. I don't know.
And by the way, just for the record, that was 7.1.6.1?
7-1.6.
7-1.6.1. Thank you, sir. Okay, now, with regard to the unstained area of the exterior of the jeans, do you see?
You know, it's a clock at my house, man. If they would, trust me,
You found
I'd be back in a minute.
profile with regard to that unstained area as well.
I got cameras all over
How
my
many contributors
property
of
and shit too.
DNA
So
were there to that unstained
not that I look at
area
them
of
though.
the jeans?
I interpret it as 4 contributors.
And John O'Keefe was one of those, correct?
He was included in the profile.
His own genes.
This guy's head is like a 5
Based
head.
on the description, yes.
Who were the other 3 contributors to that DNA profile?
I don't know. It could be anybody.
This guy's fucking useless.
And before we move on to the sneaker, I just wanted to ask you a question about the passenger side taillight that I neglected to ask you. That was the one where there were 3 contributors, correct? And again, I'm going back to 3-1.1.
Correct.
Sorry to skip around, sir.
Okay.
I'm not trying to make this
all
any
right.
more confusing than it is. With regard to the passenger side taillight and that DNA profile, are you able to determine when that DNA was deposited on the passenger side taillight that was attached to the vehicle?
No, I'm not.
Are you able to testify with any certainty that it was deposited there, say, on January 28th or 29th of 2022?
No, I can't.
So consistent with your analysis of it, are you able to say whether it occurred prior to January 28th of 2022?
No, I can't.
Were you aware that that vehicle was John O'Keefe's girlfriend's vehicle?
I was not.
Were you provided any information about just how often he had been in and around that vehicle prior to January 28th of 2022? So moving on to 7-3.1, which was the right instep of the sneaker, correct? You see that in your report?
Yep.
With regard to that particular stain, you noted how many contributors of DNA?
Yeah, it was interpreted as at least 5 contributors.
And when you have interpreted as at least 5 contributors, what does that do to your ability to find out who contributed that DNA?
So based on our protocols, we're not able to do any comparisons to any mixtures that are 5 or more contributors. So it's not suitable for comparisons.
Okay, which means that with regard to the sneaker, at least, you couldn't even say whether John O'Keefe's DNA was on it, correct?
Correct.
And with regard to all 5, do you have any idea who contributed the DNA to that sneaker?
No, I don't.
Now, moving on to, I just have a couple more for you, sir. Moving on to what is labeled as stain L, which is 7-18.14.1, I believe. Do you see that in your report?
I do.
And that was a stain on the back bottom of his long sleeve shirt, correct?
Correct.
And were you told that the long sleeve shirt was his outer clothing when he was found?
I don't believe so.
How many contributors to that stain on the back bottom of his long sleeve shirt did you find in that DNA profile?
I interpreted it as 2 contributors.
And did you make any match with regard to either of those contributors or both?
I did comparisons, and John O'Keefe was included as one of the contributors.
Okay, so John O'Keefe was a contributor of DNA to his own long sleeve shirt, correct?
Based on the descriptions, correct.
All right, and whose other DNA was on that shirt?
I don't know.
And then finally, with regard to 7-18.17.1, that was an unstained area of the exterior of that shirt, correct? That same long sleeve shirt.
Correct.
And you tested that and got a DNA profile, correct?
Correct.
How many were there to that DNA profile?
I interpreted it as 2 contributors.
Was John O'Keefe one of them?
He was included as one of the contributors.
Okay, so his DNA was found on his own shirt, correct?
Based on the description, correct.
And who contributed the other DNA profile to John O'Keefe's sweatshirt?
I don't know.
With regard to any of the stains on the upper right leg of the jeans, I counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that you've discussed here today. Were you ever asked to compare the DNA profile with the DNA profiles of either Brian Higgins or Brian Albert?
I was not.
Oh.
And your answer was you were not?
I was not.
Did anybody ever provide you with DNA profiles of Brian Higgins or Brian Albert?
Sustained to that.
Third party culprit.
I may have one moment, Judge.
Yes.
So basically, John DNA was found, and two other people that, we don't know are unknown. So I'm calling bullshit, right?
I just have one more question for you, Mr. Porto, and I do want to thank you for answering all my questions here today. You wrote reports on your analysis of all the items and the work that you did on this case,
I did.
and you are directed pursuant to protocol to address those reports to somebody, correct?
Correct.
Who was it that you sent the reports to in this case?
I'm sustaining the objection.
Did you send those reports to Michael Proctor?
Sustain. Jurors,
Wow.
strike the question.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Why can't he answer that question?
Yes.
She's on guard to protect Lally. She's really paying attention now, right?
Mr. Porto, based on your training and experience and years of doing DNA testing at the lab, when it comes to samples from items of clothing, is it uncommon or common to have multiple contributors?
That depends. It can happen, but it's possible, yes.
Is it something that's a complete anomaly?
I wouldn't say so, no.
Now, turning your attention back to item 3-1.1, that's the sample from the passenger side taillight of the defendant's vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. O'Keefe was found to, his known DNA profile was found to be an inclusion for the DNA profile from the swab from the defendant's passenger side taillight, correct?
He was included in the profile, yes.
And to what statistical, what is the number associated with that inclusion?
The DNA profile from this item is 510 non-alien times more likely to have originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals.
Now, Mr. Porter, if I could turn you back to number 10 in your report, there's a number of different items listed there, correct?
Correct.
And as far as the items listed associated with various stains on various areas of Mr. O'Keefe's orange t-shirt and gray long sleeve shirt, there's about 13 different DNA profiles that you generated in reference to those items, correct?
Correct.
And from those 13 different items, they're all from a single contributor, is that correct?
Correct. They were interpreted as originated from a single contributor.
And as far as the DNA profile, your comparison of each of those 13 different stains on the orange t-shirt and the gray long sleeve shirt, what were your conclusions again as your comparison with the known standard of John O'Keefe?
Yeah, so the profile was interpreted as originated from a single contributor, and the DNA profile from these items is at least 490 octillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for an inclusion.
And lastly, with reference to the fingernail clippings from both the right hand and the left hand of Mr. O'Keefe, those were also, your analysis provided for inclusion of Mr. O'Keefe's known DNA standard, correct?
He was included in the profile, correct.
And again, the profile from both the right hand and the left hand fingernail clippings was a single source contributor, correct?
Sustain.
How many sources were associated with those?
Sustain.
Nothing further.
Okay. You all set, Mr. Yannetti?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
You are all set, Mr. Porto.
Thank you.
Very much.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there, but it didn't go well for the Commonwealth
Who's the
again.
next witness?
On the Commonwealth, call Ashley Valier to stand.
I think she's another MSP scientist. But if anybody really wanted to get Brian Alberts and Higgins's DNA, on the DL, they could have got it. Like say the FBI. So, I'm just saying. So it might be in the TUI. Who knows? It could be.
solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case down here is the truth,
Mike.
the truth, and nothing but the truth. So
Yeah.
Hey, here you go. Don't they have a court order for their DNA?
Not that I'm aware, buddy.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Lear.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your last name for the court?
My name is Ash Valier, spelled Vallier.
And where do you work?
I work at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
She had different hair last time.
And where did you go to school?
I got my bachelor degree in biochemistry and cell biology from UC San Diego and a master degree in biomedical forensic sciences from Boston University.
Now, following your education, where did you go to work from there?
Directly after I got my degree at Boston University, I worked at the Broad Institute.
And what did you do at the Broad Institute?
I did quality control checks of items that potentially could be tested for pharmaceutical use.
Now, how long have you worked at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory?
A little over 6 years.
Now, is the state lab accredited?
It is.
And by whom?
ANAB.
And what does ANAB stand for?
It stands for ANSI National Accreditation Board.
And the ANSI within the ANAB, what does that stand for?
That is another acronym that I don't recall right now.
Now, as part of that accreditation process, do you undergo any sort of type of proficiency testing?
I do.
And can you explain to the jury what that proficiency testing process consists of?
A proficiency test is a test that is given from an outside agency in the discipline that you do casework in, that you would work through like a normal case, but it has an end expected result at the end.
And how often do you undergo proficiency testing?
Every year.
And what areas do you specifically undergo proficiency testing in?
I've done proficiency tests in gunshot primer residue and physical match analysis.
And have you successfully completed each of those proficiency tests that you've taken?
I have.
Now, when you initially joined the State Police Lab, what was your position and title that you were hired for?
I was hired as a forensic scientist 1.
Now, can you please explain to the jury what your duties and responsibilities were as a forensic scientist 1?
So a forensic scientist 1 is the introductory level. It's when you start your training in whatever discipline you're going to be trained in and quality control checks. After you've been at the laboratory for over a year and you're signed off to do casework, you become a forensic scientist 2.
And you're currently a forensic scientist 2, is that correct?
Yes.
What is the difference between a forensic scientist 1 and a forensic scientist 2 at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory?
A forensic scientist 2 has been at the lab for over a year and can do casework.
Now, just in general terms, what does the trace unit do or examine within the State Police Crime Laboratory?
I'm a part of the Trace Arson and Explosives Unit. So we analyze a wide range of pieces of evidence. So trace covers a lot of small things. So paint, fibers, glass, gunshot primer residue, physical matches. Arson covers fire debris evidence, and explosives covers explosives.
Now, specifically with reference to physical match analysis, can you explain to the jury, just in general terms at first, how is that analysis performed?
So physical match analysis is piecing broken things together to see if they were at once a single item. Generally, you look at the questioned item first, the item that you don't know specifically where it came from. Look at that. And then you would look at the known item, which is an item with a known source, like specifically like this window or like this vehicle. They're analyzed at separate times. And then if it looks like there could potentially be a physical match, you would analyze them together and see if they have a mechanical fit.
Now, when you retrieve items just in general to do some sort of physical match analysis, where do you get those items from?
We have evidence storage locations at the laboratory.
And how are they typically packaged when you receive them?
They can be packaged in cardboard boxes, brown paper bags, heat sealed plastic bags. It depends on the individual items.
And when you're doing this analysis, as far as the physical match analysis, what do you do to your bench between your examination of separately packaged items?
I mean, before I do any analysis, I bleach my bench, clean my tools, and then put down a fresh sheet of butcher paper.
And why do you do that?
To make sure everything's clean.
Now, again, speaking more in general terms, on what types of evidence can you perform a physical match analysis?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. In general terms, with your work within the lab, on what types of items can you perform a physical match analysis?
A lot. Anything that has a broken or irregular edge.
Would that include glass?
Yes.
Would that include plastic?
Yes.
What are some of the other things that would also include?
Any sort of like polymer, metals.
And when you're doing a physical match analysis, what instruments do you utilize in the course of that analysis?
Generally, I'll use a stereo zoom microscope. Depending on the size of the items compared, I can use other microscopes as well.
Now, what is a stereo zoom microscope?
Stereo zoom microscope is a microscope that's mounted on a stand. So it gives a wider range of view that you can look at larger items.
And how are you using that specifically in your physical match analysis of, let's say, items of plastic?
I'll use it to look at the edges and see if there's any like defining characteristics along those broken edges.
Now, as you're going through your analysis, do you document your work as you go?
I do.
And how do you do that?
With handwritten notes and with photos.
Now, at some point, were you assigned to perform some work on lab case number 22-02184 pertaining to this defendant, Karen Reed?
Yes.
And what type of work were you assigned to do in this case?
I was asked to do physical match analysis, and then later on I was asked to look at, do some trace recovery, look at some debris.
Starting with the physical match analysis, how many different items approximately were you asked to look at?
Over 10.
Several, fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And how are each of those items packaged when you receive them?
So the questioned items were packaged first in a large paper bag, and then each item was individually packaged in a smaller brown paper bag within that container.
Now, again, just in general terms, because you've used it a couple times. When you say questioned item versus known item, as it pertains to this analysis in this case, what were the questioned items generally, and what was the known item?
The question items were items labeled as coming from a road, and the known item was labeled as coming from a taillight from a vehicle.
Now, in this case, did you perform your physical match analysis in the same manner that you've previously described based on your education, training, and experience within the lab?
Yes.
Now, initially, you had examined some various plastic and glass items, and there was a drinking straw in there as well, correct?
Yes.
And specifically, as far as the item numbers that you looked at in this physical match analysis, could you provide the jury with a list of just the item numbers first to start with?
May
Your
I?
Honor.
You have your report with you, Ms. Willett?
I do.
Is there any objection to me using the report?
No objection at all.
So feel free to use it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So the questioned items labeled as coming from the road were item 7-5, item 7-6, 7-8, 7-9, 7-10, 7-11, 7-12, 7-13, 7-14, 7-15, 7-16, and 7-19. And the known item labeled coming from the passenger side taillight is item 3-1.
Now, Ms. Valier, within those specific item numbers of how things are labeled at your lab, if there are different pieces associated with the same item, how is it that you labeled those specifically in this physical match analysis here?
So some of the items had multiple pieces within that item. So I labeled them A, B, C, etc., depending on how many pieces there were.
Now, if you could, please explain to the jury just, again, the process that you followed in your examination of each of those items.
So first I looked at the questioned items, the items labeled as coming from the road. I looked at, I documented the overall package because they were all packaged in the same container, the same brown paper bag. Documented that individually. Inside of it, there were a bunch of individual brown paper bags. Documented that, and I went one at a time through them, opening each paper bag, taking written notes, taking photos of the items inside. Within each item, I looked to see if any of those pieces fit together. And I cleaned my bench in between the items.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
And Your Honor, so of course, I've shown Mr. Yannetti all the photos in advance.
Okay. Is there an objection to any of them, Mr.
No
Nate?
objection, Your Honor.
All right, so why don't we just go ahead and mark them all as evidence?
Your Honor, if I could, I was going to take them item by item.
Okay, that's fine. Okay.
Ms. Blair, I'm showing you 4 photographs. You recognize those?
I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
These are photos that I took of item 3-1.
Again, what was the description associated with item 3-1?
Passenger side taillight.
And was that description further give sort of a specific vehicle or license plate associated with the vehicle that the taillight came?
It does. Massachusetts 3GC684.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce in a minute the next exhibit A through D.
Right, those are clear. That's why I wanted to just mark them all because they're all covered. Right?
That's fine. If the court prefers, I can provide them.
All right.
Exhibits 170A through 170D.
May I approach with the remainder, Your Honor?
Yes. If you have them in sections, we can do that.
So I'm showing you 2 more photographs. Just ask if you recognize those.
I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Photos I took of item 7-5.
And again, from your report, what was the description in reference to item 7-1?
Yeah.
Thank you. You're fine. It's just allowed.
Okay. Piece of plastic red recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
And you're on the Commonwealth seek to introduce in a minute the next exhibit A and B.
Okay.
Exhibit 171A and B.
My apologies, Your Honor. With the court's permission, may I publish some of those?
Yes.
photos to the jury? Ms. Gilman, if I could first ask for photograph 2122. And Ms. Blair, what's up on the screen? That is the bag associated with the passenger side taillight or the known item, correct?
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2125. And Ms. Gilman, if you could just enlarge a little bit towards the bottom where the ruler is. Now, Ms. Valir, what's up on the screen now as far as the sort of notations there? Who made those?
I did.
And how do you know that you were the one who made those?
That's my handwriting, and those are my initials.
So the AMV is for your name, correct?
Yes.
And with respect to each of the items that you photographed, you had photographs that were taken of sort of what was in the evidence bag in total, displayed on your table that you would clean with the solution and everything else, correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just zoom out a little bit to show the item. And again, what's up on the screen, that is item 3-1, the known item as far as the tail light from the defendant's vehicle.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2126. And Ms. Valier, if you could just describe for the jury, what are we looking at in this photograph?
Those are the same items, just turned over.
And lastly, for this set, Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2135. And again, same item as far as 3-1, the tail light taken from the defendant's vehicle.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask for photograph 1905. And Ms. Valier, as far as with each of these items, you take photographs when they're inside the bag and then once you take them out of the bag, correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1908. And what are we looking at in this photograph?
The contents of item 7-5.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
There'll be two more photographs. Do you recognize those?
I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Photos of item 7-6.
That's one of the bag and then one when the item is taken out of the bag. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what was the description for item 7-6?
Piece of plastic, clear, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
Colonel Como will seek to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit, A and B.
172 A and B.
With the court's permission, may I publish those to the jury?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1921. And then photograph 1924. And what's depicted up on the screen is that what you just have before you as the photograph that you took of item 7-6 recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Two other photographs, you review those. Can you recognize those?
I do.
What do you recognize as?
Photos I took of item 7-8.
And one of the bag and then one of the items removed from the bag, is that correct?
Yes.
And what is the description associated with item 7-8?
Piece of plastic, red and clear, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
Almost seek to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit, A and B. And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish those to the jury.
Yes. Exhibits 173 A and B.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1931 and then 1934. And Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom in just a little on those items, please. And Ms. Valier, again, what are we looking at in this photograph of item 7-? What are we looking at again in this photograph? Excuse me.
Photos of item 7-8.
May I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Two other photographs. Those. And you recognize those?
I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Photos of item 7-9 and 7-19.
And as far as the first photograph, as far as the bag, and then second with the items taken out of the bag, is that correct?
Yes.
So 7-9 and 7-19 were contained in the same bag.
They were. I then separated them into two separate packages.
And as far as 7-9 and 7-19, respectively, if you could tell the jury what was the description for each of those items.
Item 7-9 was pieces of glass recovered from 34 Fairview Road. Item 7-19 is trace item black straw recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
Your Honor, will seek to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit, A and B. May I publish, Your Honor?
Hold on.
Oh, forgive me.
174A and 174B. Now you can publish.
My apologies. Ms. Gilman, if I could have 1958, please. And then 1962. And again, Ms. Lear, what are we looking at in this photograph?
The contents of that bag, item 7-9 and item 7-19.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Two other photographs, do you recognize those?
I do.
What do you recognize as?
Photos of item 7-10.
And again, one of the bag and one of the contents of the bag, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could, please tell the jury what was the description for item 7-10.
A piece of plastic, red, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
I want to seek to introduce in a minute the next exhibit, A and B.
Exhibits 175A and B.
May I publish that for the jury, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 1952. And 1956. And again, Ms. Lear, what are we looking at in this photograph?
Photo of item 7-10.
Thank you. Gilman, you can take that down. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Two other photographs, do you recognize those?
I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Photos of item 7-11.
Again, one photo of the bag and one photo of the items outside of the bag.
Yes.
And again, if you could, please tell the jury what the description is associated with item 7-11.
Piece of plastic, 6, red, clear, and black, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
Almost introduce in a minute as the next exhibit, A and B.
Exhibits 176A and B.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, 1979 and 1982. Again, Ms. Lear, I'm sorry, Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom in just a little on the items themselves. And Ms. Lear, what are we looking at in this photograph?
Photo of item 7-11.
These are photos, again, that you took in the lab during the course of your comparative or physical match analysis, correct?
Yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Two other photos, we could look at those. Do you recognize those?
I do.
Or what do you recognize those?
Photos I took of item 7-12.
And again, photograph of the bag, photograph of the items outside of the bag.
Yes.
If you could, please tell the jury what's the description of item 7-12.
Trace item, 14 glass and clear plastic, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
Now, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce in a minute the next exhibit, A and B.
Exhibits 177A and 177B.
Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2015 and 2018. And again, Ms. Gilman, if you could just zoom in a little on the items. Thank you. And Ms. Lear, again, can you describe what's depicted up on the screen?
A photo I took of item 7-12.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Two other photographs. Do you recognize those?
I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Photos I took of item 7-13.
And again, one of the bag and then one with the items removed from the bag.
Yes.
And if you could, please tell the jury what is the description for item 7-13.
Piece of plastic, red and black, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
I'm about to seek to introduce the next exhibit A and B.
Exhibit 178A and 178B.
Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, 1997. And 2000. And again, Ms. Gilman, if you could, please zoom in on the items. Thank you. And Ms. Valier, directing your attention to the screen, can you describe for the jury what is depicted on the screen now?
A photo I took of item 7-13.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Two other photos. Do you recognize those?
I do.
What do you recognize that?
Photos I took of item 7-14.
And again, one of the bag and one of the items removed from the bag.
Yes.
And again, can you please tell the jury what the description is associated with item 7-14?
Pieces of glass recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
I want to seek to introduce the next exhibit, A and B.
Exhibits 179A and B.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2009 and 2012. And again, Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom in on the item. And Ms. Valier, as far as what's depicted on the screen, again, if you could describe for the jury what that is.
A photo of item 7-14.
May I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Other photographs, if you could recognize those.
I do.
And what do you recognize that?
Photos of item 7-15.
And again, one of the bag and one of the items taken from the bag, correct?
Yes.
And if you could, please tell the jury what is the description associated with item 7-15.
Piece of plastic, 3 clear and 5 red, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
The problem will seek to introduce in a minute as the next exhibit, A and B.
180A and 180B.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2072.
Yes.
Yes.
And 2077, please. Again, if you could zoom just a little as far as the items are concerned. And Ms. Valier, what are we looking at in this photograph?
Item 7-15.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Other photographs, do you recognize that?
I do.
What do you recognize that?
Photos I took of item 7-16.
And again, one of the bag and then one of the contents from the bag, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could, please tell the jury what was the description associated with item 7-16.
Piece of plastic, red and clear, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
I'm also seeking to introduce the next exhibit, A and B.
Exhibit 181A and B.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2036 and 2040. And Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom in just a little. Thank you very much. And Ms. Valier, if you could, please describe for the jury what we're looking at in this particular photograph.
This is item 7-16.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, with respect to each of these items that you examined in your physical match analysis, again, as far as the process is concerned, with the question items, what are you doing with reference to each of those question items first?
First, I document them as you've seen. I'll see if any of those within the item have a physical match with each other. And then I'll package that away and look at all the questioned items before I compare inter-questioned items to see if there are any physical matches in between all of the 7 items.
And as far as your notes are concerned, what is it that you're noting in reference to each of those items as far as what characteristics of the item are you taking note of?
I'll note the size, the color, and the material.
And what, if any, measurements do you take of each of those respective items as well?
I'll take the length and width of each item.
Now, with respect, starting with item 3-1, the passenger side taillight from the defendant's vehicle, sort of internally within that item 3-1, what did you conclude as far as your physical match analysis within that item alone?
Within item 3-1, I believe 4 of the pieces fit together.
And Your Honor, if the witness may refer to her notes
Yes.
as to, thank you.
Yes, four of the pieces fit together within item 3-1.
And which 4 of the pieces?
Pieces A, B, D, and F.
And as far as the labeling of those pieces of an individual item, let's just start with item 3-1. A, B, D, and F, how are they labeled and how do you sort of physically label those items?
We have a label maker in the lab, so I'll print out the case number, the item number, and then A, B, C, and my initials, and that goes physically on each of those items, or all of those pieces.
So if any of those items had a sticker on it with a letter or something associated with that, that would be something that you did during the course of your physical match analysis, correct?
Yes.
Now, if I could turn your attention to item 7-5, piece of plastic red recovered from 34 Fairview Road. What did you conclude as far as your physical match analysis just within that single item?
There was no physical match noted among those 3 pieces of apparent plastic.
And when you say no physical match found from the different pieces within that item, what does that mean?
The broken edges of each piece did not align.
So the broken edges of the individual pieces within item 7-5 did not fit together with the broken edges of pieces within item 7-5, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, with respect to item 7-6, a clear piece of plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road. What did you conclude based on your physical match analysis just pertaining to that item 7-6?
So this item was 2 pieces of colorless apparent plastic, and there was no physical match noted between those two pieces.
Now, with reference to item 7-8, red and clear plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road, what did you conclude in regard to your physical match analysis just with the pieces contained within item 7-8?
So there were 14 pieces. Pieces C and D fit together, and pieces E and F fit together.
And when you say fit together, is there a term of art used within your field called a mechanical fit?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean as far as what is a mechanical fit?
So mechanical fit and a physical match are the same thing. It's when the broken edges align together to show that they were once a single item.
Now, if I could turn your attention to item 7-9, pieces of glass recovered from 34 Fairview Road. What were you able to conclude from your physical match analysis of just the individual pieces contained within item 7-9?
So this item had 3 pieces, and no physical match was found between those.
Turning your attention to item 7-10, red pieces of plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road. What were you able, that is a single item, is that correct?
Correct.
So no physical match because there's nothing to match, it's just one piece, correct?
Correct.
And turning your attention to item 7-11, identified as 6 red, clear, and black pieces of plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road. What did you conclude in regard to your physical match analysis just within those pieces contained within 7-11?
So the item had 6 pieces, and there was no physical match noted among those 6.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-12, which was identified as 14 pieces of glass and clear plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road. Again, what did you conclude from your physical match analysis just from the various pieces contained within item 7-12?
So there were 14 pieces overall. Pieces B, C, D, F, and K fit together mechanically as one unit. And then pieces E and I fit together mechanically as one unit. And pieces M and N fit together mechanically as one unit.
Now, through your examination of these pieces in particular and other pieces as well, did you note any debris contained on the pieces that you located?
Yes.
And can you say anything as far as what that debris was, or was there any analysis done of that debris specifically?
I just note that there was debris present, and I package it into a tin that's retained with the original packaging.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-13, that was a piece of plastic, red and black, recovered from 34 Fairview Road. Is that correct?
Yes.
And again, just with respect to your physical match analysis of the various pieces of 7-13, what did you conclude?
So that item had 3 pieces, and there was no physical match noted among those 3.
And again, with reference to item 7-14, piece of glass recovered from 34 Fairview Road, that was again a single item, correct?
A single piece, yes.
So I'll turn your attention to item 7-15, 3 clear and 5 red pieces of plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what were you able to conclude from your physical match analysis, again, just from the various pieces contained within item 7-15?
So there were 8 pieces in this one. Pieces F and H fit together mechanically.
Turning your attention to, lastly for this purpose, item 7-16, a piece of plastic, red and clear, recovered from 34 Fairview Road. What were you able to conclude from your physical match analysis just contained within the pieces of that single item 7-16?
So that item had 7 pieces. Pieces A, C, and D fit together mechanically.
Now, Ms. Valier, once you had examined each of those pieces individually, what did you do next in your analysis?
Next, I compared all of the inter-questioned, these items 7-5 to 7-16. I compared them to see if there was a mechanical fit amongst those, between those items.
Mr. Lally, is this a good place for our break?
That's perfect. Yes, John.
All right, jurors, we'll take our morning break. We'll see you back here in about 15, 20 minutes. Thanks for you can walk out, break with the jurors.
Mr. Vice, the jury.
And can I see council for a minute, please?
So are we on break? Yeah. Okay, sorry, my dogs. You guys all set? Huh? Come on, leave your sister alone. Those are my two co-hosts over there. Frickin' frack. Hey Tommy, how you doing, buddy? Can you hear me? You're on mute if you're out there. I have Cavapoos, King Charles Cavalier Poodle mix. Yep, 2 of them. Oh. Edith and Birdie. Yep. Hey, thanks for all the kind words on X people that talking about Tom and myself, and appreciate it. You know, goes a long way. Because I've been just holding back, you know, but I'm not going to bring it up again. But thank you. So yeah, Danielle, thanks. All you other people out there.
Can you hear me, bud?
Yep, now we can.
Oh, there we go. All right. I've been trying to get somebody unfired. So can you tell me what's up? Where are we?
Is it bad? They had yeah, the Commonwealth. All right, well, I will say this: Lally's doing the direct.
Okay.
The Commonwealth is putting up DNA experts on their side. It didn't really amount to anything. Just, you know, there's 3 people involved with the DNA on the jeans, the shirt. One is John, which we knew would be, and the other 2 are unknown.
So there's 2 unknown markers?
Yes.
And they didn't chase it down?
Nope. Someone
can't be right.
Here's the thing, Tom. Someone else, some other agency could have very easily obtained DNA from any of the men that were in that, you know, on the DL, a cop, a piece of pizza, whatever, you know, they find somebody that throws it out.
Mike, hold on a second.
Yeah.
Hey, what do you got in there for a motor? 383 with the stroker, 350 with a 400 crank. What do you got for a cam? 280? You don't know? Compression. No? It goes fast, don't it?
Yeah, it does.
I built a 383. They're great motors. Blueprinted? Nice, even better. That in 85 or an 86?
Jesus.
88? Yeah. No, it's just a regular Monte Carlo.
I can hear it from here, man. Wow.
I love it. See, that's got 2-inch pipes, 3-inch pipes. Sounds completely different. It's a you can hear each cylinder pop.
T-tops or moonroof?
None. Solid roof, no leak. But it's got the hood. I love that sound, dude. There ain't nothing like it. No electric car's ever gonna sound like that.
Never.
No. All right, so you were saying about 3 people.
Mr. Leslie, I'll hear you.
Oh,
hold on. Hold on. Put it on mute, Tommy. Thanks.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yesterday, Your Honor discussed with the parties, and parties were heard with regard to the issues we have raised with regard to the timing of the May 8th report from Mr. Burgess that the defense received on May 11th. And what I wanted to do, Your Honor, is briefly provide the information Your Honor asked for yesterday, which was how much time we might need under various circumstances. And so I wanted to take a few moments to put that in context. It will only take me a brief amount of time to do so. So, Your Honor, there is a timing issue, but there's most importantly a substantive issue. I will not, of course, go into the detail of yesterday, but the timing really is informed by the substantive issue. And so with regard to the matter, we went back and we looked at more deeply the effect of this timing and this movement of the what has been referred to as clock drift in Mr. Burgess's report that we got on May 11th. I spoke of the significance yesterday, and here's what I would like to add as is relevant to the time we're going to need. I again urge the court to reject it substantively, because what we did was we went and we looked at matters such as the cross-examination of a key witness in this case, Jennifer McCabe. She testified with regard to observing a vehicle at 12:45 a.m. And that's a significant point. I know I don't need to elucidate for Your Honor. All of this is going in significant part, if not total part, to what has been as alleged a collision here, which we vigorously contest. It just no collision ever occurred. But the timing of it, the timing of what's alleged by the Commonwealth is very important. The seconds are important. Literally 1 second can turn not only the Commonwealth's theory completely around in circles and debunk it, but also the jury's analysis of it. And this is the point I wanted to elucidate today, is that the jurors have been provided information and the defense has aimed its defense on this claim based upon, in large part, timing. So now what we have is on May 11th, Mr. Burgess changing the time. So what does it affect? Not only witnesses like Jennifer McCabe, who we crossed, we strategized with regard to, but also my decision to not even cross Trooper Garino, because Trooper Garino had testimony with regard to when Ms. Reed connected with the Wi-Fi at One Meadows, and there's a certain time associated with that. We have Mr. Whiffen, who went through, the Commonwealth went through a timeline, and we believe they went through a timeline for the theory that they had. And I cross-examined Mr. Whiffen extensively with regard to that timeline. There were several defense strategies and effectuations of strategies based upon that timing. So with regard to the substance, Your Honor, and there's more, but I think that's a fair representation. It innervates our entire defense. The question now of Your Honor of how much time it will take the defense to react to Mr. Burgess, I wanted to say it's not only a reaction, but it's a substantive defense analysis, and 3/4 of the effectuation of that has already occurred through our presentation in terms of cross-examination. So we would have to, and we're still evaluating that, revisit all of that. And secondly, we would have to put that into the calculation of all of our witnesses that we've already prepared that are based upon that timeline. So it is a very significant point. And to the extent that the Commonwealth tries to argue, well, we never really committed that much to a certain time period. I again urge the court to look at the report of Dr. Judson Welcher, where he has 1162-2 with a specific range, 1238 to 43. And even in their range, it's a very small time, which further supports how each second matters in this regard. Now to the answer to the question Your Honor asked yesterday. Again, I urge that it just be rejected and we keep this trial moving in its current pace. To the extent that that does not occur, and again, we urge that it be rejected, the report, because it's a Rule 14 violation, there is no remedy for the defense. However, to the extent, and given your honor, nonetheless asked me for an answer in time, we would need 4 days to be able to address it. We will not ever be able to recover strategically or substantively from it, given all that's been presented to the jury. And it will be very difficult to figure out how we're going to go present a defense after we've already presented to the jury our defense and our cross-examination. It's not really structurally possible to simply take 4 days and address Mr. Burgess, because we can't go back to all the witnesses I just mentioned and others and start crossing them and eliciting testimony with this new time period in mind. But I wanted to answer the question, Your Honor, respectfully. It would be 4 days for us to even go from where we are now and then try to alter not only witnesses such as Arca, but DeSogra and Gaffney and other types of witnesses that we have in that regard. So, Your Honor, respectfully, that is my response.
All right. Does the Commonwealth want to be heard?
Yeah.
Okay.
Respectfully, Your Honor, the defense is very confused. They attempt to confuse the issue. They attempt to confuse Your Honor about what the impact would be. This has never been a change. The government is not changing their timeline. The Commonwealth is not changing any information. The Commonwealth is not offering anything that affects in any way the testimony of witnesses. It's notable in the argument there is no relationship to the facts or the actual report that was provided. The Commonwealth has always provided the data, which they have, and they hadn't a chance to analyze. And the interpretation of the data has been different between the parties. We have been clear from the beginning at the time in which the infotainment system shows that there was a collision. We've been clear. And the data has been clear. That has never changed. That data in the Telestream system is based on a clock in the Lexus, which both sides know full well is different than a clock in an iPhone. You can see all the productions of Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint presentation where it shows that time, 12:31:43, has never changed. Also, it has been clear that both sides appreciate that there is a variance between the clock in the Lexus, which leads to that system information, and a clock in an iPhone. In fact, the defense was so aware of it, they hired an expert, Mr. DeSorga, who gave his opinions about that variance. We have never suggested there was not a variance in this case. In fact, we have highlighted the variance. When their expert, Mr. DeSorga, provided a report, we believed that his analysis was wrong. And so we looked at the variance and the data that was available from the Telestream system and John O'Keefe's Waze data that was on his phone that was always available to all of the experts in both sides. And when Mr. Burgess looked at the variance at the time of a 3-point turn about 7 minutes before the collision, he simply matched the Waze information on Mr. O'Keefe's phone to that of the information from the Telestream and saw that it was a 21 to 29 second variance. All that data was available to the defense because their expert made an improper conclusion is not our fault. This does not change the testimony of anybody. They point to Jen McCabe's text message where she said she thought she saw a motor vehicle out front that evening at 12:45. That is not consistent with the Commonwealth's timeline, but that doesn't change. That favors the defense. It does not change anything to do with ARCA. ARCA has not, as far as I've seen in any reports, ever talked about the variance, just Mr. DeSorga. And so because this is inconvenient for the defense and because it further focuses the variance that we already discussed and provided, isn't a reason to exclude it. It's not late discovery It's not a Rule 14 violation. It is further analysis of information that was already provided, opinions that were already provided, and it is in response to their experts' mistake about that variance. There's nothing new here. Nothing has changed.
Go right ahead, Mr. Leslie. The only question I had for you yesterday, for you to respond to today, was the time, so I gave you more leeway.
And
So
you're giving me more leeway, and I appreciate it.
go right ahead.
So 2 items, Your Honor. As I alluded to yesterday, and it's been a point that Mr. Brennan just made. We believe strongly, Your Honor, that at a minimum, there needs to be a voir dire of Mr. Burgess. And we believe strongly there needs to be a voir dire because we have a serious concern that the sequestration order has been violated. He has changed a very key aspect of this matter after the testimony of Mr. Whiffen, after Mr. Whiffen presenting a timeline in his report, Mr. Burgess, his new purported report of May 8th. He references to align it with Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone. That is the essence of Mr. Whiffen's report, is anchoring in his timeline. He did a whole timeline on Mr. O'Keefe's report. And conveniently, the proposed alteration by Mr. Burgess in his report of this clock drift now makes it very, very close to fitting within Mr. Whiffen's timeline and the theory of the prosecution. At a minimum, we need a voir dire to ask Mr. Burgess, why did he do what he did? Another reason for the voir dire. Mr. Brennan yesterday said, we were surprised to get the report. That further makes great concern as to why Mr. Burgess did what he did. Lastly, Your Honor, with regard to Mr. Brennan's point, and he made it yesterday and I corrected it, he said it again today, that supposedly our witness, Mr. DeSogra, made an error and that we're trying to correct an error of Mr. DeSogra. That is incorrect, Your Honor. Again, Mr. DeSogra was responding to Mr. Burgess's report. Mr. DeSogra's report is entirely saying, okay, Mr. Burgess says this, and therefore the defense says this. Now Mr. Burgess is changing what he is saying. So it is completely incorrect to say that Mr. DeSogra is trying to correct an error. That would require, again, Mr. DeSogra to change what he has done. Final point is this. There was also an issue, Your Honor, and this is extremely important with regard to burden shifting. There's not only the question of should this be allowed at all, there's not only the question of how much time the defense will need, but there's a third and important issue, and that's burden shifting. What Mr. Brennan proposed yesterday was a very irregular process where essentially the Commonwealth gets 3 bites at the apple for a problem that they caused. The problem we're talking about is Mr. Burgess changing a significant part of a timeline. Yes, there was a variance that he had, but he picked a range of the variance. He's now changing the variance. So what the Commonwealth is proposing is that our witnesses go forward, the aperture gets to wait, they come on, and then the aperture gets to come on yet again. We would urge.
I did not understand the Commonwealth asking me that. Are you asking me to do that, Mr.
I would
Brennan?
appreciate the
I'm
clarification.
not sure what he's saying, so.
It sounds like DeBrosia or whatever,
His name is DeSogra, yes.
DeSoder. You're suggesting that the Commonwealth suggested yesterday that he testifies first and then the aperture witnesses?
What I understood was going to happen is Mr. Brennan said yesterday that Dr. Welcher cannot come in until after.
No, I didn't understand that. I understood Dr. Welcher, Shannon Burgess, and then Dr. Welcher for everything that you folks received prior, January 31st, or whatever the date was. And then potentially for all the new ARCA information that came in May 7th, that portion, Dr. Welcher returning on rebuttal for. Not that they were holding back Dr. Welcher completely. Is that correct, Mr. Brennan?
That's the conversation I had. That conversation I wasn't part of.
Yeah, I think you misunderstood that, Mr. Alessi.
So just so I'm clear, what is it that the
Mr. Brennan, All right, this is separate, and I'd really like to give everybody a break here. What is it the Commonwealth is asking to do regarding that?
Regarding Mr. Burgess or Mr. Welcher?
Which, Dr. Welcher?
Dr. Welcher should come in and testify to his PowerPoint, all of his opinions, which address all of the prior representations and opinions of ARCA, although we still don't have any raw information, but we're ready to move forward. Regarding any new opinions, which there is over a dozen new opinions that includes testing, video, experiments, Dr. Welcher should have enough time to review, conduct his own testing, turn it over, and then in rebuttal, address limited to the new issues raised by ARCA.
That's how I understood it, Mr. Alessi.
And that's how I did also, but the question is now with the Burgess changing of the clock drift, how many times is the Commonwealth proposing that Dr. Welcher gets to come in and talk about that? Is he just going to come in and talk about it?
So you talk with Mr. Brennan about that. All right, so I'm all set for this.
There are no changes. There is no changes in the timeline. He keeps trying to portray this as something has changed. Nothing has changed. It's the exact same. He's always said there's a variance. He's been looking into the variance for a long time, and now he has found a method to show the exact variance. It's not changing. There's nothing in the reports that changes as far as the timeline. That's just an attempt to cause fear. There's nothing that has changed. We can look at the reports. It's all the same, always has been, other than now he's identified the mistake of their expert, and that led him to be able to identify the variance, which is helpful and new. And the suggestion that there's been some violation of an order, no good faith basis whatsoever. None.
Does the Commonwealth oppose a voir dire just on that one issue?
Yes, because it's suggesting that there's a good faith basis for it. Nothing has. Ian Whiffin's report was available to the defense and our experts months and months and months ago. The issue of variance has been an ongoing issue for months. There's nothing that triggers a change in the testimony to adopt or adapt to it. Our timeline has been the same since when we turned it over at the beginning. They cannot point to one thing that has changed between Dr. Welcher, Ian Whiffin, Jessica Hyde, or Shannon Burgess. They are just saying things without a good faith basis. In the reports, show us where something has changed.
Your Honor, to inform you, Your Honor, we would like to print the page in the clock adjustment because what Mr. Brennan says is
Yes,
correct.
and I'm happy to any information.
Thank you.
All right.
Change.
20 minutes.
Not.
Thank you.
All rise for the court, please.
Woo! Wow.
Wow. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah. Wow,
Interesting.
huh?
I think Hank just got caught with his hand in the cookie jar for the third time.
Again, right? Again.
Yeah.
Wow.
And now he doesn't want to voir dire. Why do you care, Hank? If you're so right, then why the fuck do you care if he gets voir dire?
Exactly. Right, Mike?
Right?
You're absolutely right.
Doesn't cost
Voir dire the
anything.
hell out of them. Go ahead.
Right. Yep. I think Ben was going to allow it too, but Brennan stood up and denied it.
And this is all about the time, right?
Yes.
Wow. I mean, the time is critical, Mike. This is a battle you have to fight.
Yeah, because Jessica Hyde changed it.
Yep.
Ian Whiffen changed it from the original submission. Now they want to change it again. So I don't see how this is not voir dired, because they would voir dire the shit out of us. Oh God. What do you guys think of the chat? Huh? I know. Hank is where you going, buddy? You heading out?
Yeah.
You heading home?
Undisclosed location.
All right. But you're heading out of the courtroom? Yeah, okay. Good for you. Anyways, yeah. So Wish we had the buffer zone
You there?
straight away there. Yeah, are you leaving the court area?
Yeah,
Okay, good.
I'm headed
All
to a laptop so we can pull stuff up.
right, pal.
So Hank is really trying on this one.
Yeah, because he
Really
knows the
trying.
timeline. Yep. Well, first of all, you have the connection of Garino's testimony of 12:36, right? And then it's later now, the moment of impact, the trigger event in the telematics. I wish Flip was on. Shit.
Yeah, he's got all that,
He has it all. Yeah, he can explain it better than I can.
doesn't he? Jesus, does he have that?
And I just think that Hank's trying to backpedal a little bit.
Well,
Yeah, this is crazy.
his case kind of depends on the time, right?
Yeah, everybody's does. And the thing about it is that the defense has been working up the same timeline, and now Brennan wants to change it, and he's saying it's never been changed.
But we know that's not true.
That's what it sounds like, and we have the report. They're printing it out right now and giving it to Bev.
Oh,
Yeah. So basically, they're calling each other liars in open court without saying the word liar.
real. And at least you have the field day, right?
I think so. I mean, Hank, he just whines. You know, he doesn't get his way. He raises his voice and he pounds on the desk. And he knows he's got a little bit of leverage with the judge, and he uses it. And then, unless he just gets up there and spits facts, and puts him up. And he's like, I don't even know. Brennan goes, I don't even know what he's talking about. Just now. I don't even know what he's talking about. I'm like, oh my God, this guy's a fucking asshole.
Well, I mean, again, Mike, you couldn't roll a 7 if you had to, with the luck that Karen Reed has to get the quality of attorneys that are doing this for free. Like, Mike, this is I think this is one of the best arguments that there can be.
Yes,
this has been his wheel.
You can't just let Hank take an inch every single time he feels like it.
Or a minute.
Yeah, he fucked up. He's saying that our expert fucked up, and so now we want to voir dire their expert and see what happens and really get the timeline straight here, because they're both pointing fingers at one another, and it just needs to be clarified.
I mean, Mike, 2 minutes can be a long time, right?
Oh yeah.
And what's this clock drift? What? How much? What are we talking?
Here's a bedrock tweet from a minute ago. Rather than ask for 4 days, the defense should be moving for a mistrial. It isn't just about preparing upcoming witnesses. They have been substantially prejudiced by their preparation and examination of the prior witnesses, combined with the court's ridiculous decision to preclude the defense from addressing Arthur in their opening. That was better. So he agrees. They're hiding the ball, dude. They're playing hide the ball.
Yep. You know, yesterday was just, I don't know. It was different yesterday, Mike. Yesterday, every piece of digital evidence that the Commonwealth has been messed with, Mike. Every single piece of evidence.
Yeah.
Mike, this is a murder trial. This isn't a parking ticket. This isn't like that's a Subaru or a Chevy. This is like every piece of evidence that they have has been freaking digitally messed with. And the best part is the stuff that they don't have that tells you all you need to know. If they're willing to go out of their way, right, and modify and change the footage right now,
Yeah.
they absolutely go out of their way to not get footage from 34 Fairview when that happened.
Yeah, so you have Ian Whiffen locking down his timeline, then Jessica Hyde coming in behind it. She moves the timeline, and now the telematics allegedly has got a different timeline. But Hank's saying we never moved it. We've never moved it. It's always been the same timeline, which I'm getting. That's where I'm confused. But,
No, Mike, he's right. He's absolutely right.
Okay.
He hasn't moved the timeline. The timeline itself has moved. Do you get the play on words?
Yeah.
That's what he's saying. He's up in front of the court saying, ma'am, I've never moved a thing. And he's right.
So when Aperture gives the report for discovery to the defense, they were given one time, and now they want to amend that time. So this is from Michael Welch. This is April 28th. Griffin testifies about JO's locked phone. May 7th, Hyde testifies that the phone can connect to Wi-Fi 300 feet away. This was to shorten the time it would take Karen to drive to Meadows by seconds. May, Hank sends the defense revised Aperture report. Hyde's testimony shows that Hank was actively working on changing the time of Karen's trip to Meadows before he received the revised Aperture report on 5/8. It seems odd to me that he was trying to change the amount of time that trip would take by milliseconds. And at that time, it makes sense. Now it makes sense. We knew the Aperture report did not line up with Whitten's testimony for the timeline, and he was trying to address it with Hyde on 5/7, and then he lied in open court and said he was surprised to receive Aperture's amended report on 5/8, which obviously requested days earlier. Did you hear that? That makes sense?
Kinda.
Aperture already wrote this company Aperture already wrote a report on the timeline, according to Whitten and Hyde's testimony. But after it was done in open court, Aperture wants to amend it because Hyde moved the timeline. I don't know if that makes sense or not. There's a lot, a lot of word salad going on that one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Basically, the medical testimony from earlier didn't go anywhere. That was a waste of time. Yeah. It's ridiculous. But moving the timeline after it's been given to the defense in discovery is bullshit. So here's your discovery. We're supposed to meet and have it by February something. And now all of a sudden, after two of your witnesses, your expert witnesses testified to timelines that aren't lining up with Aperture's already passed in report to the defense, he wants to change it now. That's basically it in a nutshell. Because he realized during the testimony of his expert witnesses that it wasn't going to line up. So all of a sudden, Aperture rewrites their report and sends it in, and now he wants it to be put into evidence.
Wow.
That makes sense? Did I say it right? Did I say it too fast? I don't know.
No, I'm getting it, Mike. I'm just, what's happening is when you're speaking, I'm going through dead spots.
All right.
So like I hear like every fourth or fifth word.
Gotcha.
What does the chat think about today?
They were pretty upset about this morning.
Really?
Yeah, they're telling you to shut your window.
All right. See, I didn't hear a word you said then.
They want you to shut your window.
Wow.
That's better. Yeah.
Yeah, I keep. You gotta. I can't. I now I can hear you.
Now they're saying that your window is really bad. They're blowing your ears. They're blowing your ears out.
Windows up.
Okay.
Okay, the window's up. What was it? I did. All right, what were they saying about this morning?
They're upset about this morning.
I think we did good this morning. Yeah. Well, I think I handled it right. I don't think I yelled and screamed and made a scene out of it because it wasn't worth it. And if the people got to realize this is about Karen Reed. This isn't about Tom or Mike or pick somebody. Because, you know, Mike, I've taken responsibility for my stuff, right? Like, I'll take responsibility. Right?
You're breaking up, Tom. I'm sorry. You're in a bad zone.
The action that led to my reach. Yeah. I'm sure you can hear me.
You are breaking up.
It's that dead zone.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I can't hear you. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
There we go.
All right.
All right. So this morning, it's like I understand that they're upset, but they shouldn't be because it's about Karen Reed and John O'Keefe, not about me or Mike or anybody. Put somebody's name in there because it's that basic, right?
To me, it is.
Yeah. So I mean, I understand people being upset, and if you know what, check me. Okay, I'm calling you. Fact check my ass. Go back to the last 15 days. Go back the last 90 days and see how many other channel names I've mentioned and promoted. See how many channels I've been on trying to promote. Not try and destroy. But if that's the game, if the game is destroy the channel, is that what they're playing, Mike? Because I don't want to play that game.
I don't know what they're trying to do, man. I
don't want to play that.
Yeah.
How about we hit the $1 million mark on our defense fund? How about that game? We're fucking $30,000 in the hole here, and we're fucking behind the 8 ball. And they want to. I mean, the other things we can fight about, right?
Yeah. After this is all said and done, we can talk then. But until then, let's just fucking keep it classy.
Yeah, it is what it is, and I'm sorry I get caught up in the moment. So, you know, sorry. That's my that's my mistake. I own that. But dynamite question. You know what the funny part is, Mike? I don't have a gun to anybody's head, making them watch. Do I want them? Oh yeah. Do I appreciate them? Every single one of you people in the chat, I appreciate. Every one of you guys. Do I try and if you come up to me when I'm at a standout, I try and shake your hand or talk to you.
Take a picture.
I don't. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I give a bad impression, do I?
Nope.
I mean, and that's all I can be responsible for is what I act like, right? So.
Yep.
Yep.
I can't control what they're gonna do, but
right.
You know, I can control what I'm gonna do.
Bingo. It's easy to listen. It's easy to sit and type a message, right, Mike?
Yes, it is. I just want to keep going forward and move on, but it just seems like we keep on getting dragged back into this bullshit because some people get a hair across their ass. They think they own a sidewalk, or they can intimidate somebody for not getting into a picture or not praying. Well, come on, guys. Jesus Christ.
Last time I was at court, somebody was mumbling about getting the F out of here and go the F home, and you don't effing belong here, like under their breath. Like you could hear, but I just enough I could hear them.
Yeah.
And I went back there today. And you know what? I'll go back there Monday. I'm gonna go back there Tuesday. And I hope that gets back to whoever gets back, because I'm gonna do it just to piss them off. I'm going every day. If you hate me that much, I'm going.
Yeah, that's even more motivation for you, dude.
I'm going. I'm bringing. I'm check. I got this. I got this. Yeah. So I do my part, right? Like I tell you guys.
Well, you show us too.
Well, yeah.
Well, I mean, you're nothing but polite to people. I don't know what. Maybe they're just jealous of you. I have no idea.
Dude, I don't know either. I'm used to it though. Whatever. So.
There's a water ban effect in several towns in southeastern Massachusetts due to E. coli. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, so I don't know who we're going to be calling next.
Yeah, we don't have any idea who's up next, do we?
No.
Whoa. Well, the kids are out of the picture now, right? So they're done. Canton PD for the most part's done, right?
No.
No.
No. We got Lank, Gallagher, whoever. Lank, Elena, fucking good. A lot more people.
So freaking loud. Oh, I'm trying to get a nice coffee here for somebody.
All right. I can't wait till they start calling Kevin Albert and all that bullshit.
Do you think they'll bring up John's phone calls to the Canton Police Department?
I hope so, man. I can't go.
All right, guys. I'm sorry if it's loud. I'm gonna put you on mute for 1 second so I can order. So hold on.
Yeah.
How are you, sir?
You're not on mute, Tommy. There you go. Jesus Christ. Tommy and that fucking phone. Yeah. Whenever. So what I've learned so far, when Hank doesn't want a trial, remember early in the pretrial, trial by ambush, that is all he's trying to do this whole trial, is ambush the defense. And he's the one that brought it up in pretrial. The last thing I want is a ambush by trial. I'll be trial by ambush by the defense, and we're the only ones playing fair. And he's bitching about it. Let us voir dire this guy then, because he changed a written testimony, guys. He submitted exculpatory evidence or, culpatory evidence, either way you want to look at it, and now it's changing. So now he wants to amend that after two of his witnesses already, or special experts, one about the phones, Now they want to put a guy in about the telematics and say that the Lexus time is incorrect and the Waze time is incorrect. I don't know, man. This is just, it's called projection. Yeah.
Whose time are they going to use though? Apple or Waze, or who's the definitive time?
Well, the one time you can't get rid of it is the 1236 connection to One Meadows. That's locked in stone. So that's what you have to work off of. That's what the defense has been working off of. And then all of a sudden, Ian has, moment of impact at this time. But then you have John reading a text message, right? So that kind of got fucked up. Then Jessica Hyde moved it another 20 or 46, I forget, 40, I don't know, maybe it was a minute. And now Aperture, who's doing the telematics, is, after they submitted their findings and got all the discovery in from the Commonwealth to the defense, now he wants to amend that. So why is Hank saying we don't want to change anything when you've got an amendment to change it in front of you? That doesn't make fucking sense. All right, am I saying that right?
It's factual data. The car has all sorts of data in it, Mike. If they're going to use the backup speed, then they can use the rest of the data, including the time, because the time in telematics doesn't change. It doesn't diminish over the course of an hour ride. If you drive to here, New Hampshire, it takes an hour. It takes an hour. That nothing changes in that. That's what I don't understand, Mike. Like, are they trying to use the clock from telematics? They're trying to use the clock from the Apple Watch, the Apple or the phone or Waze or the connection. Like, do you trust Linksys more than you trust Apple? Here and connected to a Linksys router. That connection's at a timestamp when she connected to John O'Keefe's house.
I think Nan thinks shit's not going to go to a mistrial. No.
No? Oh, I don't see how it goes.
She's saying no. That was earlier in the chat today. I'm reading something from a question. Hey, everybody have to have that unhinged asshole saying "fuck you" to me. He's a piece of shit. I have no idea. That's question. I know you were there, but yeah. Oh, they were going after you too? Oh, that's fucked up.
All right, what happened here?
Equestrian's in the chat. I'm just trying to figure out what she's saying.
Oh, Equestrian, yeah. That was that poor. I'm sorry. I don't want to use a real name. I had breakfast with her, but I feel really bad. All she did was hold my camera. That's in the giving her shit.
Are you serious?
She just held the camera, dude. That's all she did. Hold this. Well, yeah. Yeah, poor lady. Kim, I can't remember the last time anything this kind of anything like this happened before. So
yeah, I can't either. This is all new.
Yeah.
Tim said "F you" to me, and I just laughed at him. Okay, cool. You know what I mean? This is Equestrian. I mean, this is
it's funny, Mike. But when she talks to the cops, she like it's funny. She talks to them, and they like kind of back down a little bit.
Well, she's a former cop, right?
Yeah, but she gets up there and she starts talking to them. They all just kind of their demeanor changes. They're not these big toughies like Hardman.
Oh, I don't know about that. Yeah, she's a good person.
That was a good conversation we all had this morning.
Yeah. Tom, you're really loud. Where are you? In a restaurant?
I'm at Starbucks and I don't come here, and I remember why. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 4 people, and they're making coffees like there's no tomorrow. But there's nobody in front of me. But they're making coffees.
Yeah, they all, it just has an app, there's an app for it.
Yeah, but I came in and ordered it. So, with my name, first, the order is probably going to be messed up. If I even get it. Either way.
Anyways, we appreciate you, Tom. Equestrian.
Oh, I got one. Hold on.
Oh, Hardman fucking told Tim to screw. Oh, I don't know who he is, man. Fuck.
Listen, Mike.
Yeah.
If you knew what they really did today at the buffer zone, if you knew, you'd be really upset.
Okay.
Because I am. I had to make phone calls today and apologize for the troopers' behavior. Do you believe that?
The troopers?
Yep. I'm talking to Hartman. Listen, I'm talking to Hartman, right? And I'm animated with my hands. So I'm back and forth with him, right? And we're kind of not joking, but we're going back and forth. Kristen, I see Kristen in her bus, right?
Yeah.
She drives a bus?
Yeah.
I see her, right? And I wave to her, and she waves back to me. She keeps driving. I get done with Hartman, I'm walking away. They pulled her over. They're gonna call her boss because she was punching her fist into her hand like this, right?
Yeah.
And the cops thought she was doing it to Hartman. So they're gonna write her a ticket.
Oh my gosh.
She was doing it to me, Mike. But because I was talking to Hardman, they thought that she was doing it to Hardman. So they're just busting balls. 2 Dedham cops and a state cop, a Dedham sergeant. So nice little discussion with him.
That sucks, dude.
Yeah. But yet I didn't, but I called Kristen's boss and I spoke and said exactly what happened.
Yeah.
So
were they excited to hear that?
All she did was drive the bus. All she did was drive a bus. Nothing else. So yeah, I feel bad for her. So that's like the shit that goes on behind the scenes. The poor lady's gonna lose her job because of these cops are being dicks.
Wow. That sucks.
So instead of just sitting there saying, yeah, I hate that, I made a phone call. I tried to do something about it. You know?
Yeah.
What they say, I'd rather do something, try and fail than not try at all.
Yeah. You miss 100% of the shots you never take, right?
Bingo. Yeah. Who said that?
Michael, no, Jordan. Gretzky had, yeah. No, Gretzky had it. Gretzky said it.
Was it Gretzky?
Yeah.
And I miss playing hockey. Tonight would have been one of them nights. Are you gonna drive the car today, buddy? Hey, today. There you go. Guy falling asleep in front of me. Ready to stop doing the Heimlich on him.
Doing the fentanyl fold.
Yeah, something.
Jesus Christ.
Wow, guy.
So what? Do you know what happened with Aiden today?
I do not. And I was asking around, and I don't know. No one knew nothing.
I thought you said it got out early, right? It was in and out really quick.
Well, he didn't think it was going to be too exciting. That was his comment to me.
Does anybody in the chat know? Yeah, I'm trying to find out. I don't know. I haven't seen a post. I haven't seen anything, man. Anybody watching the P. Diddy trial at all? Holy Jesus.
Is it bad?
Yeah, it's pretty fucked up, man. I don't mean to laugh at that stuff, but it's pretty fucked up how they got sex slaves and herpes outbreak and like what the fuck?
What?
Man?
Seriously?
Yeah, dude. Yeah. They hired a guy, literally a white guy, to be a sex slave. Whenever Diddy needed him, that's what he did. He ended up contracting herpes and fucking and went wild and sort of his parties and shit. It's fucking gross.
No.
It's like it's disgusting. Gross. Like, yeah. Yeah.
Money, dude. I don't want none of that. Wow.
Blackmailed. And he filmed everybody, blackmailed everybody.
Oh yeah, we get him on film. What are they gonna say no now? Here, gotcha.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
So Justin Bieber has been kind of coming out, and he was worth from $500 to $1 billion back in 2020, I believe it was, and he lost it all in 2022. And then he had to sell his whole record collection rights for $200 million, or he's going to go to. He lost $500 million.
How do you lose that?
I don't know, dude. He's so twisted. I think from Diddy, I have no idea. Yeah, I feel bad for that kid. Like he's a shell of himself. A shell of himself.
Yeah, he don't.
No, he had $500 million to $1 billion, and it's gone. He had to borrow money. He had to borrow money from his manager last year or so to play a round of golf. That's how broke he was. Yeah, pretty bad.
Okay, but if he sold his record collection for $200 million, he should be positive 200.
Yeah, he is now. He is now. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So he's not hurt. We don't got to start a GoFundMe for the guy, right?
No, but the point is that your record collection with him would only go up in value as it goes on. He had to sell it for pennies on the dollar just to get relief. He was forced into it, so to speak. Yeah, did he ruin Bieber? Absolutely, absolutely. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Why is this break so fucking long?
So Diddy. Okay.
Oh yeah, Diddy ruined Bieber. Yep. Oh yeah. No doubt. You got to watch the Cat Williams interview with Shannon Sharpe. Oh, here comes the fan. It's pretty disgusting. Cat Williams, Shannon Sharpe interview. It's disgusting. Cat Williams went into a PDD party and was walking around with his boys and looking in doorways, and he couldn't believe who he saw and what he was seeing happening. And he goes, "It's a mess. It's disgusting." He left, and he says, I'm gonna call this out. I'm not gonna back down. This is wrong. It's disgusting." Here we go. Court's back in session. Yes.
Yep.
Casey Ventura. He made her lay down, open her mouth with someone else standing over her, another woman, and yeah, it's disgusting.
All right, so Mix Valaire, I'm going to ask you that you speak right into your microphone when you answer, if you could, please. Okay. Thank you. All right, Mr. Lally, go right ahead.
Thank you.
Are we still at Lally? Can someone make me smaller?
Clear. We talked about
Yep, 1 second.
physical match or mechanical fit analysis that you did with regard to each of the items individually, correct?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury the process that you undertook in your physical match analysis
Sorry for the
between
TMI.
different item numbers?
So between different items, amongst the questioned ones, I only compared the pieces that were large enough to have a label on them. Some pieces were quite small. I utilized several benches and divided them up into sections for each item, and individually pulled out all of those pieces. And then I had another bench where I did the actual comparison. I started with all the pieces of the same color and looked to see if any of those had potential edges that could match.
I think Deb should do this
with
one.
respect to items 715 and 716, did you do a physical match analysis between those two separate items?
May I look at my notes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, she doesn't look comfortable up there.
Yes.
And what, if any, conclusions did you come to in relation to your physical match analysis between item 715 and item 760?
Two pieces from item 7-15, F and H, fit mechanically with two pieces from item 7-16, F and G.
And what, if any, conclusion were you able to draw with reference to the physical match between pieces from item 715 and pieces from item 716?
Those four pieces were at one time together as part of a larger unit.
Now, Ms. Valier, what physical match analysis did you do with reference to item 7-6 and 7-11?
So one piece from item 7-6, piece B, fit mechanically with one piece from item 7-11, piece D. So those two pieces were at one time together as a larger unit.
And Ms. Valier, with reference to items 7-8, 7-9, and 7-16, what, if any, conclusions were you able to draw from any physical match analysis you did between pieces from those three items?
So two pieces from item 7-8, pieces C and D, one piece from item 7-9, piece A, and one piece from 7-16, piece E were found to have a mechanical fit. So those pieces were at one time together as a larger unit.
Lastly, for this section, at some point, did you do a physical match analysis for the glass pieces in items 7-12 and 7-14?
Yes.
And what conclusions were you able to draw from your physical match analysis between 7-12 and 7-14?
There was no physical match between the glass pieces from, or parent glass pieces from 7-12 and the glass piece from item 7-14.
Now, Ms. Valier, are you aware that there was an additional analysis that was done with respect to glass pieces and other glass pieces that you didn't examine in your analysis at your lab?
I know that there was other trace work done. I'm not sure exactly what the work was.
Okay. And do you know who performed that additional trace work?
Christina Hanley.
And who is she to you as far as in reference to your work at the lab?
She's my supervisor.
Now, she's
with
giving the hard
regard
winks
each
to
of
look
these
to City
items
O'Connell right now.
individually, They came
Sure.
as
She's staring at it
labels
right now.
in individual bags, as we demonstrated on the screen, correct?
Yes.
And with respect to those bags, did you note any particular date associated on the front of those bags?
That's documented in my photos.
And all I'm asking here is that with respect to each of those bags of items, whether they be 3-1, 7-4, 7-5 or 6 or 8, many of those bags had different dates on them, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you received those items in that bag, you essentially remove the items from those individual bags, place them on the table, and examine them, correct?
Yes.
And that examination included a microscopic examination?
Yes.
Now, with respect to any of those items, there were some items that pieces within the same bag that had the same date on that bag did not fit together mechanically, correct?
Yes.
However, there were items from one bag collected on one day that did fit mechanically with items from another bag collected on another date. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, if I could turn your attention to item 3-1. Again, for the jury, what is the physical description associated with item 3-1?
Item passenger side taillight, Massachusetts 3GC684.
Now, did you perform a physical match analysis with pieces from item 3-1, 7-5, 7-6, 7-8, 7-10, 7-11, 7-12, 7-13, 7-14, 7-15, and 7-16?
I compared them, yes.
And what, if any, conclusions did you come to from your analysis, your physical match analysis between item 3-1 and all of the items beginning with the number 7?
There was a physical match with, do you want me to list?
If you
all
could,
of them?
please.
Okay. So 2 pieces from item 7-5, 4 pieces from item 7-8, 1 piece from item 7-10, 4 pieces from item 7-11, 2 pieces from item 7-12, 2 pieces from item 7-13, 4 pieces from item 7-15, and 4 pieces from item 7-16 were found to fit mechanically with item 3-1.
And what, if any, conclusions were you then able to draw from your physical match analysis between item 3-1 and each of those respective items beginning with the number 7?
Those pieces were once together as part of a larger unit.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mayor, I'm showing you 3 additional photographs. You recognize what's depicted in those?
I do.
And what do you recognize those?
This is a comparison between item 3-1 and those pieces from all of the other pieces.
You want to come up the C2 exhibits as the next exhibit A, B, and C? No objection.
182A and C.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2096. Ms. Gilman, yes. If you could even zoom in just a little bit more on the item itself. Ms. Valier, what are we looking at in this photograph?
So those pieces that I labeled from item 7 all of those, they all fit together mechanically into this piece.
And as far as earlier, you were testifying as far as the label maker and the different various pieces that you would label throughout the process of your physical match analysis. Do you see these in this photograph as well?
I do.
And where are they located with reference to the reconstructed piece above?
They're those little white rectangles on the piece.
So what's depicted here is the mechanical fit between items 7-5, 7-6, 7-8, 7-10, 7-11, 7-12, 7-13, 7-14, 7-15, and 7-16, correct?
Not items 7-8 and 7-14, but the other ones, yes.
And why not those two?
They didn't fit mechanically with the other pieces.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2150. Again, if you could just zoom in a little. And Mix Valier, what are we looking at in this photograph?
So on the right side was that piece that we had shown, and on the left side is item 3-1.
And lastly, Ms. Gilman, if we could have 2151. Again, if you could zoom in on that item. And Ms. Valier, what are we looking at in this photograph?
Sue O'Connell.
Right piece on top of the tail light from the previous photo.
And is this the mechanical fit that you were testifying about earlier with reference to item 3-1, the tail light housing, and all of the various pieces that were found in 34 Fairview, starting with the number 7?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Ms. Valier, lastly, in reference, did you also receive some debris from John O'Keefe's clothing?
Yes.
And Mr. Officer, we can have the lights back on. Thank you very much. And what did you find contained within that debris from John O'Keefe's clothing?
So it was 5 different items. So it was debris collected from, labeled as coming from the clothing. There was mostly debris, some apparent fibers.
Were there any pieces of apparent plastic contained within the debris?
Yes.
Was there dirt contained within the debris?
Yes.
And that debris was labeled as an item 17-18.18. Is that correct?
I believe so.
And what is it that you did with the debris from the gray long sleeve shirt and the orange t-shirt?
So those were all packaged in like glassine folds. And I looked through it and documented it.
When you say you documented it, did you look at it under a microscope?
Yes.
So you did an examination under a microscope, is that correct?
Yes.
And did you measure some of those items contained within the debris?
Yes.
Specifically, did you measure items of apparent clear plastic contained within the debris?
Yes.
And what did you measure those items to be?
So she didn't pull them off the clothing. They were in a separate container that was given to her. Is that what I'm hearing?
The piece of clear apparent plastic was approximately 1/8 inch by 1/16 inch.
Does it fit
Once
on your
you had
fucking model?
conducted your preliminary analysis of those items, where did those items go?
I did no further examination on this myself. Christina Hanley might have examined some of these further.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
What was that bullshit? Oh, you're getting Bobby? Oh no, David Yannetti.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'd like to first talk fairly briefly about
Absolutely
your reconstruction of the taillight to which you've testified. At the outset, by the way, that was item 7-3.1. Am I correct?
Sorry, for which one?
That's the taillight, this 7-3.1. Am I correct?
3-1, I believe.
7-3-1?
The taillight is item 3-1.
Oh, 3-1. I'm so sorry. Okay. With regard to that particular item, your lab has different departments, correct? Criminalists who do different things. Correct?
Why did he say it like that?
Yes.
You are aware that there are scientists within your lab who do DNA analysis, for instance, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
And with regard to the order of processing items, is the DNA analysis done before or after you get the item?
It's usually before.
Okay. In this case, it was before. Am I correct?
I believe so.
Were you made aware that there were 3 contributors of DNA to that taillight, 3-1?
Were you made aware of that?
No.
Once you reconstructed the taillight, you'll agree with me that it was missing a piece, correct? Or pieces?
There was an empty spot on the overall reconstruction. Yes.
Were you ever provided with any pieces of taillight that would have filled in that missing spot?
No.
Were you ever provided or told about any pieces recovered from One Meadows Ave in Canton?
No.
Were you ever told about a collision at One Meadows Ave in Canton? In any case, you'll agree with me, there was no glass in that taillight at all, correct?
Within the taillight, I classified them as apparent plastic pieces.
There's no glass as part of the taillight, correct?
I mean, it depends on what you call, like, the bulbs usually have glass as far as I'm aware.
Those are very, very thin glass though, correct? Those bulbs?
Yes.
All right. Now, your lab received clothing in connection with this case. You've testified to that, correct?
I received the debris labeled as coming from the clothing. I never saw the clothing at all.
Right, but you're aware that your lab before the debris got to you, correct?
Yes.
And your understanding was that that was John O'Keefe's clothing in which he was found on January 29th of 2022, correct?
It's labeled as coming from him. I'm not sure of the date that it was found.
Okay.
Sue O'Connell, can
You
you answer that
understand the
question?
procedure of that goes on at your lab when it receives evidence?
Yes.
And you know that once clothing is brought to your lab, it's given evidence numbers, correct?
Yes.
And then one of your colleagues at the lab handled the clothing and or examined it, correct, before it came to you?
Yes.
And your understanding is that one of your colleagues retrieved debris from those items of clothing and then packaged it in a fold before it got to you, correct?
Yes.
You then open up the fold and you look at the debris, correct?
Yes.
You never saw that debris inside the clothing, correct?
Correct.
And the pieces of clothing that come in are given evidence numbers when your lab receives them, correct?
Yes.
For instance, the orange t-shirt was given or was named item number 7-17.
Yes.
And the gray long sleeve shirt was item 7-18, correct?
Yes.
And your lab is accredited, correct?
Yes.
There is a complete chain of custody from the moment the clothing was brought to the lab to when the debris was removed from the clothing, ultimately to when you're in court today handling the items, correct?
Yes.
Yes. Our in-lab chain of custody extends from when we receive it to when the submitting agent it is returned to the submitting agency.
Okay. And you have complete confidence that the chain of custody at your lab is effective at making sure that the evidence does not get lost or mixed up or contaminated, right?
I mean, chain of custody is meant to track where a piece of evidence is. The evidence unit also does inventories and audits to make sure that things are where they're supposed to be.
And you have confidence in your lab's chain of custody policies and procedures, correct?
Yes.
But you'll agree that your lab cannot control who handled the clothing before it arrived at your lab, correct?
Yes.
There are times in which crime scene technicians or criminalists from your lab actually participate in the search for evidence at a crime scene, do they not?
Some of the people at the lab are crime scene responders, yes.
There are times when they actually take custody of evidence. Again, I'm talking about people from your lab, professionals. They take custody right from the crime scene and transport that evidence to your lab, correct?
Yes.
In those circumstances, your lab would have a complete chain of custody from discovery to seizure to testing or whatever comparison you're doing until you release the items, correct?
Yes, but the electronic chain of custody doesn't start until that item is entered into our LIMS system at the lab.
Right, but when it's entered in, it would be entered in as having been seized by somebody from your lab, correct? in the hypothetical that I'm giving you?
Yeah, there's an evidence submission form that says that this crime scene responder submitted it to the laboratory.
There are other cases, however, when the evidence is brought to your lab by the police, correct?
Yes.
Local departments have access to your lab?
For evidence drop off, yes.
The state police have access to your lab for evidence drop-off?
Yes.
And in this case, it was not a criminalist or other professional from your lab who seized the clothing and brought it to your lab, correct?
I'm not sure.
Do you have a record of that in your report in terms of who it was that brought the material to your lab?
I could look at the evidence submission form to see who.
With the court's permission?
Yes. Okay.
Why are we going to the fan? I think Sue O'Connell was giving her hand gestures like, so, guys, hey, teammates, co-counsel, please. Thank you, co-counsel. Thanks. I hope the Fed makes it through the trial because it'd be devastating to lose that baby. They should auction that off at the end of this.
Auction the fan. I like that idea. How much you think you could raise? Millions.
The ceiling's the limit.
So much for the glass ceiling.
Yeah.
Co-counsel.
Having
Co-counsel.
reviewed your
Enough.
reports, can you testify to the jury about who it was that brought this evidence into the lab?
So you can tell us.
Okay. So submission 7, all the items that are 7 dash was submitted by Trooper Michael Proctor.
Are you aware of the date of the incident that gave rise to this case?
Yes.
And what was that date?
January 29th, 2022.
Were you aware that the clothing that you received was seized from the Good Samaritan Hospital that very day?
No.
What date was the clothing brought to your lab?
Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit.
March 14th, 2022.
So that means that your chain of custody at the lab began on March 14th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that was about 6 weeks after the date of the incident, January 29th of 2022?
Yes.
And of course, you can't speak to the chain of custody from January 29th to March 14th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And you have no information and do not know why Michael Proctor waited 6 weeks to bring this clothing to your lab, do you?
Sustained.
Do you know where Michael Proctor stored this clothing during that 6-week period?
No.
Do you know how often he was alone with access to the clothing during that 6-week period? Do you know if he had access to pieces of red or clear taillight during that 6-week period?
Objection.
Sustained. Move on, Mr. Manning.
Good job, David.
You were not present when the clothing was seized, correct?
Correct.
You did not have custody of this clothing from January 29th of 2022 to March 14th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
You do not know what was done with the clothing before it arrived at your lab, correct?
You've covered this, Mr. Manning. Move on, please.
One last question. You cannot vouch for how the clothing or taillight pieces were handled before they got to your lab, correct?
I cannot.
Anything further, Mr. Lilly, or you all set?
Mr. Lally.
Not for me.
Huge win. Huge win.
Mr. Lear, there is a separate evidence unit contained within the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, correct?
Correct.
And fair to say you have absolutely nothing to do with that, correct?
I'm not a part of that unit.
And so your responsibility as far as chain of custody is concerned is from when you retrieve the item during your analysis and then when you return the item to the evidence unit, correct?
Correct.
And from that analysis that you performed, you found that there were 10 different items, starting with the number 7, that were a mechanical fit to 3-1, the taillight housing from the defendant's vehicle, correct?
If it's 10 items, I don't have, I can count them.
As far as all those items beginning with 7 that you went through or elucidated on your direct examination, each of those were a mechanical fit to each other and then to the taillight housing in 3-1.
The pieces that were previously stated, yes.
Nothing further.
All right.
Sidebar. Proctor's name comes up again.
So, jurors, that is it.
Super Proctor.
I'm told when I spoke with counsel earlier that we are still on track.
Oh, well done.
Oh, half day.
Hold on.
This case with anyone, do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you haven't received anything about this case, please disregard it.
Tommy, mute.
Extra careful with your social media use. And also, I just want to remind you, next week, Thursday is a half day and Friday is a day off. All right, so we'll see you on Monday.
Please rise for the jury.
That's all she wrote today, boys. Didn't see that one coming. Wow. Half day, Tommy. It's over.
Just like that.
Yep. Because I think the Cape traffic is going to be tough this weekend.
It's not even Memorial Day, Mike.
No.
She's gonna come back talking to the.
Let's see. Let's hold on a second. See if she comes
Yeah.
back on here. Yes, it looks like she
So
is.
before we recess, I appreciate that council provided me with the information. Mr. Leslie, I got the 2 reports that you had that were incorporated and what the Commonwealth had given me a few minutes before, but I appreciate that it was pointed out here. We've had full argument on this yesterday and today. My findings for the record are that the defendant has not persuaded me of undue surprise or unfair prejudice by this information, and I don't find that there's delayed disclosure. Of course, all of this is ample game for cross-examination, certainly as to what Mr. Burgess knew, what he looked at, why he looked at it, when he looked at it, why he changed his report, and violation of the sequestration order is all for cross-examination, and I will give you a lot of leeway with that, Mr. Alessi, but I'm not having a voir dire on that. Mr. Alessi, I can tell you, obviously, you've got a great facility for cross-examining on the underlying information here. You've done fulsome cross-examinations. I have every confidence you can do it here again. But if after the direct, you demonstrate that you need further time, I'll certainly hear you on that. And more importantly, perhaps, if you feel that the testimony of Jen McCabe and the others that you've mentioned is critical and that you need to recall them, I'll hear you on that as well. So regarding Dr. Welcher, as my understanding, the request yesterday was for, and it's been a request, I think, a few days. We've addressed it at sidebar, and I found that it wasn't the right time. Let's see how much Dr. Welcher could go through. I understand Dr. Welcher will testify in the Commonwealth's case in chief next week or so, Mr. Brennan.
Hopefully next week, if not,
All right.
the day after the holiday.
And that will be for all of the material that was provided to the defendant initially, right, by the Commonwealth's discovery deadline?
Correct.
And what you're asking for is that after ARCA testifies the new information, you're asking for rebuttal, right?
Yes, limited to the new information.
All right, so I would allow under these circumstances a limited rebuttal, and we can define the scope after we hear the testimony of Archer. So those are my rulings. Your objections were noted. I'll see everybody on Monday.
All rise for the court, please.
Wow.
And
Hank
just
Brennan
like
just gets, yep, he gets whatever he wants. He's a little bitch.
Mike, again, we're glad that she just did that. Because guess what? Every lawyer in the country is going to be looking at that this weekend. They're going to say, what's going on in Massachusetts?
I hope so.
How can they not, Mike? How bad is it going to get?
You can't, man. I can't wait to see what Flip does, or Bettero, or any of these guys do. Like, this is I understand it, but like the actual weight of it is just incredible, because she's basically handicapping them again to let them move the timeline to whatever they want it to be. But whatever, it is what it is. I can't change it. All right, man. I'm gonna head out.
Good, Mike. Thank you. Have a good weekend. All right, my friend.
I'm sure I'll talk to you. Yeah,
absolutely.
I'm going on Auntie Deb's Saturday night.
Nice. Oh, that's gonna be a ball. Oh, I can't wait to see that.
Yeah,
Hey,
I think
I sent him a message telling him to try and find me an open slot when he needs to book somebody. I'm gonna take that bite the bullet. I'm gonna go see him. I'm gonna go visit him.
Oh fuck! Oh, at Dunkin' Donuts.
We're gonna visit him on the internet. Like,
oh, all right.
Like,
that'd be kind of cool.
How's that?
That'd be kind of cool if you just showed up at a Dunkin' Donuts he was at.
Oh, I'm open to that too. I'm on the ground.
All right, man. Good job today.
Run that by him. I'll go.
I will. All right,
All right, Mike. Have a good weekend, my friend. Be safe. All right, everybody. So, yeah. I gotta say that this is probably a win for Hank today. He gets today. It's only half a day, but I think we'll give him a win today. Not that I think he deserves it. He's fighting the good fight today, right? We've won some before. We can't win all of them, but either way. With that said, thank you all very much for coming here. If you don't mind on the way out, I would appreciate it if you hit the thumbs up, the like button there. And if you want to be notified, you can subscribe, which is great. And if you want to be a member, that's even great too. So, with that said, again, I thank you all for being here. We're all blessed to be put under the same roof together, right? Like Dave and Bobby and Glenn Lake. And I mean, I can go on and on and on. It's all you guys, Jabberwocky. It's everybody, right? It's everybody working together. I think maybe we'll do a show tomorrow. Maybe I'll do a members only show. I don't know. I'm just thinking about it. I don't know. I'll try and do something. But yeah, it's been a long week. And really, we need some rest. Gail, thank you for being here all the time. Yeah, all right, maybe just leave it open. Just do something. I don't know. But it's only a 5-hour stream today, so that's actually good. Right? So, all right, everybody. Listen, I love you all very much. And you'll definitely see me Monday, because we're Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. We are every day, except Saturday, Sunday. So we're not every day. But we're Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Every morning. So we've been pretty good. I don't think we've missed a couple of days since January 1st. We've been every day, 5 days a week. And we're doing a couple of days a week before then, But 5 days a week, that was a big thing. So listen, we'll take the half day too, you know what I mean? So, all right. Listen, I love you all. Have a wonderful day. And we'll be in touch sooner than later. How's that? You all be safe. Wear your seatbelts. Well, bye-bye.
cold mornings, cracked pavement, courthouse steps. He's there before sunrise while the world still rests. No cameras needed, no spotlight glare. Just a man with a purpose, always standing there. Facing the crowd, but the fight in his veins. Truth in his hands, pushing through the rain. Karen sees him, she knows what it means when you've got boots on the ground and you fight for your dreams. Boots on the ground, day after day, standing for truth in the hardest way. No fame, no worry, just a promise kept. Tom CPU, you never left. He don't ask for credit, don't ask for praise. Just fight in the good fight in 1,000 ways. When the cameras fade and the voices die, he's still right there, never asking why. He's got a handshake that you can trust, eyes that don't blink when it comes to us. Karen smiles because she knows it's true. She's got a soldier and his name's CPU. Boots on the ground, day after day, standing for truth in the hardest way. No fame, no glory, just a promise kept. Tom CPU, you never left. When the courthouse is empty and the crowd's gone home, Tom's still walking, he's never alone. 1,000 steps, a million prayers, because justice don't sleep and neither does he care.